I'm actually going to make this the last video of Secrets of New York. So what I'm going to be doing here is basically letting you guys know that I am going to continue this series, but under a different name and a different thumbnail. And the reason I'm doing that is because it's deeper than the guys on this collage. It's deeper than all of these black conscious people out here that's seeding the misinformation. It's deeper than them. We got to trace this all the way back to the origin of the New World Order in Egypt. All right, and that's what I'm going to be doing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start from the beginning of time. And remember that time starts with us at 3150 BC. So y'all got to understand that. So we're going to go over a lot today. I don't really want to keep the 100 plus people that's watching right now waiting. So let me go and hop right into it because I ain't got a lot of time. And this is a very important stream. So you who watching this, y'all in for a treat. Everyone remember last time I did this stream with Professor Sequence? I'm not calling nobody. Somebody in the chat said, am I calling these guys agents? Yes, I am. And I'm proving it too. Shout out to Bo Jackson. I don't just say stuff and then don't back it up. Some of y'all like the Jehudi out there. He says some of them are agents, but not all of them. Or I say some are disinformation ones, but you tripping. No, you tripping. You too damn naive. That's y'all problems. He said, where the paperwork? Okay, I'm going to get into all that now. But what I want y'all to know that's very important is that this Secrets of New York, I'm changing the title. I'm changing the thumbnail because it's bigger than New York and it's bigger than these little conscious teachers, man, that's running around these platforms. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start all the way back to the beginning of civilization in Egypt, and I'm going to show y'all the history of the Boule. I'm going to go into a thorough timeline of black privilege and of the occult. Most of y'all hear the terms black privilege and y'all don't have a clue. So I'm going to be teaching y'all about the hidden hand. Every single last black leader was a Greek lettered member. I'm going to repeat that. Every single last black leader, you can't name me one that wasn't also a black Greek. In other words, black people have never had a true revolution. The only true revolution we had was Marcus Garvey. That was the only one and last one. What you got to realize is that Garvey wasn't even versed in the knowledge he needed to know. We give him props for being able to control that many people and be a leader. But Garvey, what many people don't know, Marcus Garvey was a Catholic. But what I want to do, hold on a minute. All right, let's move some stuff around here because I'm about to blow y'all away today. So check this out. This is what we're going to do here. Let me find my slides. All right, so let's talk about Narmer. Brother Sanchez, why do we want to talk about Narmer? Everybody in the black conscious community that's a Kemetic or a Hotepper, they credit this man for founding civilization. Now, according to them and the Greek historians, civilization started 3150 BC. Let me tell y'all something, man. This first pharaoh called Narmer, who's supposed to have been unified Upper Kemet and Lower Kemet, that's not what happened. What happened during this time was the Greeks and the Egyptians was both ruling together, y'all. There was a dual throne. They unified the Greeks with the Egyptians, and after that, you had Greek pharaohs and Egyptian pharaohs ruling the same lands. In other words, the beginning of the New World Order started in Kemet, y'all. Now, why do I call everybody on this picture in front of you agents? because most of them are in Black Greek lettered organizations. When I say a Black Greek, that ought to strike you in a funny way. Like, how can you be a Black Greek? After the day, you're going to know. You see, the Black Greek ain't nothing new. Most of y'all are familiar with Black Greeks. Most of you got family members today that we call Black Greeks, meaning that they are in fraternities, sororities. Now, not everybody that's in a fraternity or a sorority knows this knowledge that I'm giving you. Most of them do. The ones that mean anything, the powerful ones, the ones that are controlling the narrative in all of these conscious communities. Let me tell you something. Sa Neter is a Mason. And I'm not making videos like this because I hate them brothers. I'm making it because I love you all. And I want you to know the truth. Now, I know that your emotions is caught up in a lot of this Egyptian nonsense, but this is not who we are. Now, let me teach y'all something. All of this religion of Kemeticism started by the A5As. Yes, y'all better listen to what I'm telling you today. What you're looking at now is Alpha Phi Alpha artwork. What you got to realize is that the Alpha's been around before the Kemetic community. All right? Jabario Saze is an A5A member. He's also a Mason, and he's also an agent. Am I saying this because I hate Jabari? No, I'm saying it because I hate secret societies. I hate black privilege. I hate white privilege. I wish that every last single oppressed person had the same shot at life as all of these people, but you don't. If you believe in American dream, you're lost. Everybody's not going to be successful, and they got a select few people. When you go to college and join these societies, you enter societies that secure you in life. Now, when you join certain societies, you guaranteed a job. I got a couple of folks who I know who is members of A5A. Shout out to Vegan Warrior. I'm going to get him up here because he was a member of A5A and he know a lot about these secret societies. So if you want to learn some more about it, subscribe to Vegan Warrior Live. He's in the chat room. He can tell you a lot about this stuff. I'm going to have him up here, but I want to go over this first. The whole concept of an alpha male come from these guys, the A5As. When you say, hey man, I'm an alpha male, you're not really an alpha male if you're not really in this fraternity. An alpha male is something you don't have a clue about. These guys have their own society within our society. And listen, I'm going to be exposing a light on this hidden society of Black Greeks. Now, before we get into all of that, what you got to realize is that the Black Greeks, these early Black fraternities, have been controlling the Black communities ever since the damn conception of the Black fraternity. Now, Alpha Phi Alpha was the first collegiate level Greek fraternity. They're not the first fraternity. The first Black fraternity is the Black Skull and Bones. Now, what is Skull and Bones? Skull and Bones is a white Masonic secret society that has been controlling the world ever since their conception, and they got started at Yale University. These are Masons. These are the most elite men in society who've taken an oath and to uphold the secrets of Rome and of the Pope and the Vatican to keep the people oppressed. So check this out. These secret societies, you got to think about the name of it. They holding a secret, and they are a society. Now, as America, they tell you we're a society called America. So what's up with the secret society? Well, a secret society is a society that exists within this society that controls the slave society. What do you mean by slave society? Everyone that don't know the secret. The secret society is the hidden hand that dictates the fate of all of our children. dictates who get what job, who make it where, who lives, who dies, who go to war, you name it. They control all fashions of our society, from the sports to the music to the military to the weather, media, you name it. And every last person at the top of each one of these industries is a member of a secret society. So Skull and Bones was a powerful secret society that came up out of Yale, and most of your presidents and politicians who control this country are members of Skull and Bones. Now, what is the Boule? The Boule, excuse me, this is something different because Boule is also a game. All right, so here's the Boule. The Boule is the most powerful black men on the planet. And let me stop saying on the planet, on the plane. The Boule is the black version of Skull and Bones. These guys have taken the same oaths as the Skull and Bone members, as the hidden hand secret societies, but their job is to see. What you got to realize about the secret societies that run the world, all of these secret societies have different sections. So they have a black section, they have a white section. When you go overseas, Freemasons got Asian brothers who part of the Brotherhood. When they go to the Middle East, they got Muslim brothers who part of the Brotherhood. So what you got to realize is the word society. Secret society means that these guys are their own nation. They are their own society, and their nations aren't bound to land and geographics. The secret societies build their nations in the hearts and mind of the man. Think about what I just said. So why do Masons call themselves traveling men? Because their kingdom expands throughout the whole 7 continents. In the Bible, when it say that the devil had rule over the 7 continents, they talking about this echelon of power that's been controlling the dictates of this world for the past 7,000 years. Now, this started in 3150 BC, the whole history of the Black Greek and the whole history of a bunch of men getting together in secrecy to control everybody else started in 3100 BC, roughly, with the rise of the first god or the first pharaoh called Narmer. What you got to realize, let's go back to Narmer. We'll hop back to these Boule members in a minute. This is a so-called picture of Narmer. Now, he don't have a tomb anywhere in Egypt. There's no way we can prove that Narmer existed. So what we got is a problem with the Kemetic teachers and the Kemetic so-called scholars. They've been deceiving you just like the pastors. See, here go the thing. The people that control the world know that most of us are born Christians or Muslims. They know that because they control what you learn ever since you're a baby. And the 2 main religions on this soil is Islam and Christianity. Most of us are born one of those. They know that. Now, that right there is a mind control religion put there to brainwash you, and they hope that you die a Christian. They're hoping that you die a Muslim so that you never know the truth about yourself and that you spend your life worshiping these different gods. These gods and these different religions give you a false account of history. Remember that all of these religious texts are historical books, they're scientific books, as well as literature. So when they start you off in the beginning, you got to ask yourself, whose beginning is this? Because of course the world began just 7,000 years ago with the rise of world religions. So what do we got to keep in mind here? That the Muslims, the Christians, and all of the world religions have parallels. They're basically worshiping the same deity under different names. Why is this? Why, when you think you're so conscious, you say, I left the Christian church and now I'm pro-black. You say, I identify with Egypt and I understand that I'm a king, I'm a god, and you have this whole reverence for Egypt all of a sudden. And what I'm here to tell you today, brothers and sisters, is that right there is another trip. They know that the inquisitive mind is going to question, question, question. And if you keep questioning, eventually you're going to leave the church. And that's what happened to me. That's why the Bible tells you don't question. Now, all of the guys on this collage have built schools. And it's people on that ain't on this collage who more should be on here, but I didn't have enough room. So I'm not just picking on these guys. I'm telling you, all of these black communities are government funded programs that are put there to keep you from getting all the way back to the truth. You got to go back beyond history to know who you really are. And what happens is the plan of the secret societies and the powers that be is to keep you from never going back beyond history. They don't want you to leave the written text. When you abandon the written text, you enter the era of the goddess. And let me show you that now. Pre-dynastic Egypt means before dynasties existed. Now, a dynasty is a royal family. A pharaoh is a version of the Pope. He had people up under him controlling the masses, like the Pope got the presidents of the world and every continent controlling their sheeple. But this pyramid scheme trickles all the way down. The president got people controlling stuff and they got people controlling stuff. It trickles all the way down to the key people in all of the key industries that shape our world, such as law enforcement, politics, religion, science, and etc. So at the heads of all of these different arenas is a key member, all right, that's serving the Pope. And even then, he has members beneath him and little minions. So this is how you get to your Kemetic religions, and you get people like Jabari Osazi, you get Masons like Sarnetta, you get people like Dr. Ben and all of these people like Fundishi and all of these folks. These folks have taken an oath, man. And I know this is going to break your heart. But what you got to realize is that the worship of the pharaoh started in 3100 BC, people. In 3100 BC, people was forced to worship the pharaoh. And the pharaoh wasn't just one man. You had an Egyptian pharaoh and a Greek pharaoh. You had to worship this dual throne. And they wore a double crown to represent this unification. I'm going to show you that in a minute. But let's talk about Jabari. He's a member of A5A. Now, what you got to realize is that Jabari is famous to a lot of Greek historians. Y'all don't know that. Jabari was in the New York Daily News, and I think he also had an article in the New York Times, and they gave Jabari props for rebirthing the religion of Kemeticism in Harlem. So y'all, when I talk about these guys, it's not because I got some personal against them. It's because I've done my research. Now, one of the founding fathers of this big Kemeticism movement in Harlem goes by the name of Baba Haru. Baba Haru worked 20 years on the NYPD. This whole thing is a big ass operation. All right, it's a big operation. They got to keep the true revolution from coming by giving you a fake revolution. So this whole push of Kemeticism come from you from the A5As. Remember what I told you, that the Alphas existed before the Kemetic religion. The A5A is an old ass organization, and they are incorporated with the Boule. All right. Their job is to push the religion of Kemeticism to black people. We are not from Egypt, y'all. All of you Negroes really think y'all pharaohs and think y'all come from Africa, think y'all come from Egypt. The people who teaching you all of this pro-black stuff, telling you to hate all these other races, they are racial diversion agents put there by the so-called white man who they speak against, and they're there to keep you mad at the white man. The white people got their own agents, and they're there to keep them mad at the black people. They've been playing on a dialectic of black and white to keep the divide and conquer thing going for the past thousands of years, y'all. America is not nothing new. What we call America was born out of Egypt based on the Greeks unifying with the Egyptians. What came out of that marriage was the culture we call Western civilization. The two main empires that influenced Western civilization is Greek and Egyptian. And if you don't believe me, all you got to do is go on Netflix and put in Egypt and look at how much propaganda they got pushing Egyptian culture here in America. The two main cultures that they glorify in this land is Egypt and Greek. And all over Nat Geo, no matter where you go, they've been teaching this religion of Kemeticism to the people. Now, I just Googled for Egyptian National Geographic material, and look what they got with it. They got the Greeks with it too. So what you got to realize is the Egyptian culture and the Greek culture was the same. They can be looked at as Sodom and Gomorrah. Homosexuality and what we call this whole, when you look at America today and you look at the homosexuality, when you look at the value system and the mindset of an American, which is capitalistic, which is all about balling out, which is all about, vanities and spending your money up on stuff that really don't matter. All of this come out of Egypt. The capital of Egypt was called Luxor. That's where we get the word luxury from. The pharaohs and all of his minions lived in luxury. What you got to realize is when the Pharaoh Narmer so-called unified Egypt, that was the beginning of the peasantry system, where we left the matriarchal world and entered the age of man, where we ruled over by men. So before this, we had family crests and natural inheritances that we was born with. You had a natural inheritance that was rightfully yours, and you coming out of the womb of your mama, there was a sigil made for you. And all family crests shaped like the uterus of the female. But what's inscribed on the crest is like a fingerprint. It's strictly for you. All of the Greek letter organizations have crests. They have crests. And what happened was when the first pharaoh rose to power in Egypt, the people lost power. So let me make this simple for you. All of this talk about the New World Order and world superpowers coming together and shit getting bad for the people. And everybody's saying, hey man, the New World Order coming. And when all of these nations unify, shit gonna get real bad for the people. Well, guess what, y'all? They hundreds of years ahead of us. And why they got y'all waiting on the New World Order, what they ain't telling you is that the New World Order started in 3100 BC in Egypt under Narmer, when the Greeks unified with the Egyptians. That's why you got a damn Egyptian pyramid on an American dollar. That's why you can have an African person that's saying they're a black Greek. These black Greeks always existed, y'all. What you got to realize is that when you look at America today and you see all of these races of people that's calling themselves Americans, think about it. You got Asian people, Jamaican people, so-called Indian people, you got so-called black and white people. All of us say we Americans. When I was in the military, I served with every single quote unquote race of person you can name, and they all were patriotic with that American flag. So what you got to realize is what make the American military so powerful is diversity. What you got to realize is that the two biggest empires in the ancient world was Greece and Egypt. And they didn't just disappear, y'all. They want you to believe that these two great ass empires just disappeared overnight. I'm telling you what happened. The Greeks unified with the Egyptians, and the Western world was born. The Western mentality was born. What we call the Greco-Egyptian world was born. When you look at America today, and you look at, and for example, I'm getting ahead of myself. I want to show y'all some too. This is the Sphinx. And you know, I can't pronounce this to save my life, but this is Narmer. This is Narmer, or this is who you see here. What you got to realize is this guy didn't really exist. What was going on in Egypt was sun worship, but not necessarily the sun in the sky. The worship of the man, the male ruler. Every male ruler was deified, and then he became a solar deity. So Narmer became Nimrod or Pan. And I'm going to get into that in a minute. He was also Menes and Man, but he wasn't a real dude. This was the African version of the ruling pharaohs during that time. So what happened was when Greeks unified with Egyptian, they had to unify the people. They had to, what was going on is what we talking about today. When we say all of these world governments trying to unify and bring forth the new world order, we talk about it all the time. People be like, hey man, they trying to unite. America gonna unite with China, and all of these world powers gonna unite, and that we're gonna be in a new world order, and that the power's gonna be really oppressing the people like never before during this time. What I'm telling you is that started in Egypt. It's the new world order is something that they've been working on over time for many, many years. And for you to get superpowers to unite, it don't just happen overnight. So what I'm telling you is this: the first two superpowers to unite was Greece and Egypt. And ever since they unified, they've been going around the world pushing this Greco-Egyptian mentality on everybody. And guess what? The UN treaty back in the about 50 years ago, what is that, about 60 years ago, the UN treaty, to my understanding, was the finalization of the New World Order. Okay? So they got us waiting on a New World Order when the first two superpowers to unite was back in Egypt with the Greeks and the Egyptians. Though that's what happened to Rome and Greece, y'all. And that's what happened to Egypt. They became America today. They became this Western world today. Shout out to Inquisitive Bunny. Thank you, Deep in the Rabbit Hole. They say I won an award at the FE conference. I'm going to check that out. I'll be looking into that. Shout out to everyone that went to the conference. I'll be making a video on that. But shout out to Bo Jackson as well. I want to keep on subject here and keep going. Let me get here for a minute. Let me block this Jehudi Ali. Matter of fact, if my moderators, if you see a Jehudi Ali out there, time him out. We don't want to block him. I'm going to give him an opportunity to come up here and talk to me. And if he don't come up here, then we'll block him. Let me get back on subject, because I'm giving you facts right now. You can't prove the existence of Narmer. He's the first sun god. They call him Atum. So the worship of Atum is the worship of Narmer. It's the worship of the first solar deity, which was the pharaoh. Pre-dynasty means sovereignty for everybody. Like I told you, we traded in our family crest, which represented sovereignty. And after the pharaoh, we got national flags. So if you read about Narmer, what they'll tell you about him is that he founded civilization. That's not true. They want you to believe that before this pharaoh, we weren't civilized. We was cave people. That's why they gave you the Flintstones and all of that nonsense. See, when you embrace this out of Africa theory, you embracing Darwinism, that we come from monkeys. So this big joke about black people being monkeys, it ain't that white people making fun of us. It's that we actually accept this. The whole out of Africa theory, when black people say we was first and life started from Africa, we got to realize that that theory wasn't created by black people. It was created by a white man named Darwin. He said black people was first. Our ancestors never said we was first. All of the ancient African cultures to this day, they said all life was created equal at the center of the earth and spread out just like the ripple effect. Plato took that concept and turned it to Atlantis. And I'll show you what Atlantis looked like now. It's like a ripple effect. Hold on. Damn it. Can't find Atlantis for nothing. Anyway, okay, let's try Plato's Atlantis. So, wow, it's like they know I'm looking for it or something. Like, why wouldn't it pop up? Here we go. So here's Plato's Atlantis. It's like a ripple effect. When you throw a rock into the water, it's a drip that's going to pop up above that point and everything's going to ripple outward from that drip. That drip is the North Pole. That's the magnetic energy that the ancestors said started all of creation. Compasses still point there to this day. You can't go there because the UN treaty prevents you from going. So what I'm trying to tell you is that when Narmer rose to power, the Greeks and the Egyptians unified. And just like we talk about it today, we said when all of these world superpowers unify, that they going to be blending these religions together. Anybody that know about the New World Order, they'll tell you that when the New World Order supposedly go into effect, that they're going to blend all of the world religions together into one world religion, and that it's going to be one world police system. Well, that already happened, y'all. It happened already. And I'm going to prove it to you. Every single person that's a part of a religion today, every deity on the world today has the same story. Whether it be Jesus, Allah, Buddha, everybody got reverence for December 25th. But guess what, though? If you count 9 months back from December, guess what? You end up in March. Guess what? March was the first day of the Roman calendar. See, Jesus is nothing but the birth of Jesus is a symbolism way of saying day one on the Julian calendar. I meant to say on the Julian calendar. So when they went from the Roman calendar to the Julian calendar, that was a 9-month period, or I don't want to say a 9-month period. There was a period where they was trying to get the time right. We call that the Dark Ages. That was when time stopped. They didn't have the time together. The Roman calendar had 10 months. It was kind of based off the ancient calendars. It had 10 months, and all of those months had like 30 days, or 30 some days. It would equal out to 360 days. We all know that a circle is a perfect 360 degrees. The ancestors said that the way the sky move above us, everything circled above our head like a halo. The earth is stationary. Hold on, let me get a picture for you. So this is how our sky looked, like a dome ceiling. And that middle star is Polaris. We can't see the sky like this as if we were on a globe, y'all. So this is what the secret society is hiding. They're hiding cosmology. They're hiding the fact that this earth may extend for infinity, and that there are lands and lands and lands, and they're trapping us to one area. We've been trapped here in this puddle for the past couple thousand years, and that the militaries of the world is guarding other areas. But that's another story. I want to stay on subject here. So the sky is just the way we just saw it there. It's a perfect 360 degrees. A calendar is a cylinder. The word calendar is the word cylinder. The night sky moves like a cylinder. And when it completes a revolution, it's 360 days or 360 degrees in a circuit. So this is what the Masons are hiding. This is what they are hiding. A calendar is a cylinder. Why am I telling you this? When Norma rose, day one of Norma's rule coincides with the birth of Christ. Coincides with 1 AD, 1 BC on the Julian calendar. So day one on a Julian calendar is the equivalent of Jesus being born in the Bible. You got to remember that the calendrical system was about personification. So when we try to find about what happened in the past, we got to go to history. And the word history is his story. Whose story? The guy you looking at in front of you. He split the timeline. Time as we know it was birthed out of the Greek and Egyptian unification. And then after that, the calendars was reset. Remember that Set is the god of the underworld, a god of darkness. So when you say I reset something, you go into darkness and come back to light. So what you got to realize is that Greece and Egypt was leaving dark ages. And when they unified, that was the beginning of civilization, or let there be light. So the Bible is giving you the genealogy or genesis of the first king. The Bible ain't nothing but a book of genetics. That's why you can't read. That's why every book you open up start off telling you the genetics. It tell you Adam was first, but Adam is the equivalent of the first sun god. He was known as Atum by the Sumerians. So Adam, the first man, is really the first king. Remember in the Bible that when they was kicked out of the garden, that God of the Bible gave Adam dominion over the earth. Adam represents this guy right here, Norma. When you go on researching about Norma, you see that his name was Men, also Menu or Menu Amsu. He was the ancient God since pre-dynastic time. So in other words, before the dynastic era, there was a time that they called a proto-dynastic era, where there was a couple of years of us transitioning from the age of the goddess or the golden age into this age of new world order. So what I'm telling you is that every single solar deity that's being worshipped on the earth right now, it's a form of this Atum. It's a form of man, Narmer. He was worshipped by man. They believed that man was the god of fertility. All right. Prior to man being the god of fertility, you always had goddesses of fertility. The man never embodied fertility. The woman is the representation of fertility. The man has never represented fertility. When you look at these male gods like Ishtar and all of them, they look feminine. They make them look like women for a reason. People, this is a male god of fertility, but it looked just like a woman. This is because after the rise of Norma, they demoted the women in society. Women. The unification of Upper and Lower Egypt was really the unification of Greece and Egypt. I'm about to prove all of that to you too. So women, after this unification, you were demoted in society, in mythology, and this is the first beginnings of what we call a man's world. So the Greece and Egypt was in their dark ages at the exact same time, and they both came out of them at the same time. Why? Because they were both ruling the world from the second world headquarters, which was Egypt. What you got to realize is that Egypt was a land that's just like America. It had all of these different races of people living there. So in Egypt, you had all races living there. It was the world center. When we migrated from Eden, because the first exodus happened from the center of the earth. All right. All life was created equally at the North Pole. And the first migration, we left from Eden. They call that Pangea. But what they fool you about is that they told you that all of the continents left the center of the earth and started spreading out. But when you look at Pangea, the root word of it is Pan. Pan is another god for Menes. If you read this, it'll tell you that. So let's read some more about Menes. His appearance portrayed as standing. See, when you say Pangea, what they're telling you is that after this unification of the Greeks and the Egyptians, people start spreading this culture out among everybody else in the world. There was an exodus out of Africa. So the out of Africa theory holds some type of truth, but it's not true where it's like all life originated in Africa. That's not true. All life originated in Eden at the North Pole. And the first exodus was out of Eden. The second exodus was out of Africa. There was a huge concentration of us that concentrated in Africa after the first exodus. And that's how we get those civilizations of Greece and Egypt. Because when we migrated out of Eden, there was huge concentrations in Greece and Egypt. And those became the second world centers. So the true center of the earth is where all compasses point. But when we migrated from that center, we made second centers. And Egypt was the second center where everyone came there to learn and to get knowledge and all of that. Greece was another one. But the original center was the center of the earth where all compasses point. There's a city called Shambhala where there's the most advanced creatures on earth. So truly, we don't supposed to be going to Egypt and none of these places for knowledge. We supposed to be going to the source. When you go back to Eden, you realize who we really are. But that's another subject. The purpose of all of these secret societies and people in power today is to keep you from going back to Eden. They want to trap you in Africa under Narmer, under Menes. Now, when you read this, it'll tell you that the Narmer was identified by the Greeks as men, as Pan, the god Pan. Now, this is the same God as Priapus. The word Apis is Apis, where we get the word Serapis, because this dude Narmer was also the bull god Apis. Let's pull that up for you. This god Apis is a form of Anubis. He's a form of the Sphinx. All right? All of this refers to Narmer. If you look at the head of this god, he's wearing the double crown of Narmer. So let me show you the double crown of Narmer so that you all know what I'm talking about. This wasn't a real dude. Narmer means a blended deity of Greco-Egyptian power. And again, there was a white pharaoh and there was a black pharaoh, and they was ruling the people together. So at this time, after this unification of Narmer, there was no wars between Greece and Egypt. It was the wars against the dynasties and the peasants. This was the beginning of rich versus poor. When you look at art like this, you can see what I'm talking about. The pharaoh ruled with an iron fist. There's something called hieratic scale. And back then, when they did these carvings, the size of the person show you their rank in society. So you can see the pharaoh looks like a giant and his woman and the children look small because, again, women and children was demoted in society after the rise of Norman. That's how we get this world we live in today, where it's only powerful men rule. They are the giants. So there wasn't literal giants walking around Egypt. A lot of people misinterpret this art. They look at this and they say, well, the pharaohs was giants. It was giants that gave birth to humans. No. What was happening in Egypt was the beginning of male rulership. And the reason he appears big is because of hieratic scale. But to stay on subject, here's a picture of Narmer. Pay attention to his African features. Now look, here's another carving of armor. Here's another carving of Narmer. Pay attention to the features. He looked white on this one. So what am I telling you here? That today, black people worship Jesus and white people worship Jesus. But black people tell you Jesus is white and white people tell you Jesus is, black people tell you Jesus is black and white people tell you Jesus is white. But what they're not telling you is Jesus is this first pharaoh Narmer. So what am I telling you? The whole thing about the New World Order and superpowers coming together, blending their religions together and shit getting worse for the people because they're getting more control over us, that happened in Egypt. And they blended the Greek gods with the Egyptian gods, and you get all of these gods we got today. Jesus is nothing but a Greco-Egyptian deity of Osiris, Zeus, Narmer, Menes, Pan, Neptune. Neptune is where we get the word nepotism from. Nepotism, let me show y'all something because this shit gets deep. Remember, all of these gods we talking about, they got chosen people. They got favoritism. This is called nepotism. This is a Neptunian society we in. So nepotism is favoritism granted in politics or business to relatives. Other words, secret societies, y'all. You're not related to these guys if you're not part of their secret society. Yes, young Pharaoh, he is a part of the damn bullshit. And I'm going to get into that in a minute. So the people that run your world are members of Greek ladder fraternities. Most of all of your big black civil rights movements and big black liberation movements was orchestrated by members of the Boule. You wonder why nothing has ever happened for black people? You wonder why the people at the bottom never made it to the top yet? Because a bunch of sellout Negroes like the ones you see here. These people was put there to keep a real revolution from happening. Excuse me, guys. Let me go ahead and answer my door real quick and I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Hey guys, thank you for that. So most of everything that we know was given to us by members of the Boule. These are the most powerful men, black men, and their job is to control the knowledge that's given to black people. So everything you think you know, all of you Hotepers, all of you black people who African centered, who think that, you know, what you got to realize is Afrocentrism was founded by the Boule. The reason they had to come up with Afrocentrism was to back up Darwin's theory of evolution. Let me show y'all something. Here's a chart. This chart is sun worship. If you see that the first thing on this chart is the sun. All of these guys that's part of this Freemasonic order, they are sun worshipers. You don't supposed to worship the sun or the womb. You're supposed to worship the womb. Remember that the man is the sun and a woman is the moon, and that they both come from the womb. Our ancestors didn't worship the sun or the moon. They worshiped the womb, where the man and woman both come from. Excuse me too with my slides. I'm all over the place. So to prove what I'm saying, here is pre-dynastic culture. This is pre-dynastic period. And you can see that this is a mother goddess with her breast out. This is fertility. The goddess with her arms raised is what I show y'all all the time. This is touchdown. The referees do it today and you get 7 points. 7 is the number of completion. All right. If you talk about A-Phi A, 7 founders. Alpha Phi Alpha was founded by 7 members. This is symbolic, y'all. These 7 members, all right, let me show y'all something. Thank y'all for bearing with me too. All right, let me show y'all something real quick. Okay, hold on a minute. Because, oh yeah, and everything you looking at, it shows you how we get the worship of the Pharaoh to modern day blacks today under the Boule. But what I want to show y'all is this. Hold on. Alpha Phi Alpha. Because I got a picture, right? And it's some Alpha Phi Alpha artwork. And what it shows you is the 7 founders of A-Phi A in Kemet. Let me see if I can find that. Sometime I'm gonna reach a little glitch here. Because you know when you live, you have to get this stuff on the spot. So I thank y'all for being patient. Basically, when you look at these what they call the 7 Jewels who founded A-Phi A, they often depict them in Egypt. On a lot of their art, you will see that they're depicted in Egypt. Martin Luther King making his speech in D.C. near the Washington Monument was a reenactment of the first pharaoh, the first in New World Order. So what they doing is they want to unify us under a controlled unification as opposed to us unifying ourselves. And they got these black sellouts to give us the synthetic revolution. You know, like the NAACP and all of these other places. They don't help nobody. And what you got to realize is that the KKK and the Nation of Islam are part of the same organization. Yes, they are both Shriners organizations, and I'm gonna get into that in a minute. But what you can do is you can find that picture yourself. When they show you the 7 founders of Alpha Phi Alpha, they got them standing up in Kemet, because what they telling you is the beginning of the Black and Greek society started in Kemet, y'all. Now before that, you had the goddess here with her arms raised. And the Dogons still have this. This represents the woman's uterus. It's shaped just like the uterus of the woman. This became the mark of the beast. This is what they made you scared of. The word scared is the word sacred. The stuff that was sacred to us, they made us scared of. And then they made the Pharaoh our hero. So Heru or hero was your savior. But there was nothing to save you from if you wouldn't have been scared. They had to make you scared first of what you really was, and then the Pharaoh came as the savior. It's nothing but creating the problem so they can create the solution. And this whole thing started back in Egypt. They had a problem and a solution. And that solution was the blending of the Egyptian and Greek pharaohs. And what happened was we was thrusted into the New World Order after that. Pay attention to this crown that's being worn. That's the unified crown of Narmer. But what you got to realize is Narmer is another form of Pan. All of the ancient Egyptian sun gods is a form of Narmer. So men was read this, people. It say man was worshipped throughout Egypt by the end of the New Kingdom, and his cult centers were built to honor him at Coptos and Akhman, Panopolis. It's called Pan because of the Greek god Pan. This is the Baphomet. His coming forth festivals were celebrated with public processions and offerings. So Narmer and Ptolemy is the dual power. We don't know who was the black ruler during this time because they always had the black pope hidden. Today there's a white pope and a black pope. We know who the white pope is, but we don't know who the black pope is. The white people became the scapegoat. The black people became the hidden power. That's why you hear about a lot of white power, but you don't hear a lot about the boule. You don't hear a lot about black privilege. This started back in Egypt. They working together. So I don't want to be too long with this, but I want to share some more stuff with y'all that Narmer is Pan, the goat god. He's man. He's also the Sphinx. All right. So let me show y'all some different versions of Pan. Here's the god Pan. All right. He's a goat god. This is a form of Narmer. And of course, this is a god of homosexuality. Of course, all of the black Greeks and the fraternities, they engage in this stuff. You will see that Pan carries a cane in his hand because the black Greeks carry the canes. They're part of what's called the Pan-Hellenic Council. The National Pan-Hellenic Council is the umbrella that houses all of your black Greeks. Let me show y'all what that is. So here is the National Pan-Hellenic Conference. Pan is this god, what you see with the damn cane in his hand, just like your black Greeks. Helen is the Hellenists or the sun worshippers that came up out of Egypt. The word hell is the word Helios. When you look up the god Helios or Helios, it's another form of Narmer. Here he is right here. This is Nimrod, Narmer. And he's portrayed as white, and he's also portrayed as black. He's also called Apollo. One of the biggest black cities in America is Harlem. And why? Because of the Apollo. The Apollo created more black millionaires than any other black venue on this land. And it's black Greeks who run that venue. So I'm giving y'all of the history of the sellout. Every black Greek-related organization is under the Pan-Hellenic Conference, and they all worship the god Pan by stepping with the canes and all of that. And I'm going to get deep into that in a minute. Let me let my little puppy out. I just bought a new puppy, y'all. I know y'all hear her crying. Let me do something real quick. Can y'all see me? Hello. I don't want to be seen. So I got my camera on, and that squeaking that you hear is my little new one. This is Lola. Say hello to Lola. So listen, guys, let me put this dog up, and then I'm gonna come back and we're gonna keep on going in on it. This is my new little friend right here, and this is a girl dog. She's a Chihuahua mixed with a Shih Tzu, and her name is Lola. So let me take a little minute break to put her up because she keeps crying and squeaking, and we're gonna get right back to this knowledge. So thank y'all for tuning in. Give me 1 minute to do that. Okay, let's get back with it. So anybody that's part of a Greek fraternity or a Greek society saying that they're for African people, you better believe that they're a damn agent. Now, I just told y'all that the worship of the Pharaoh is a form of sun worship. When you're worshiping the Pharaoh, you're worshiping Ptolemy, you're worshiping Narmer, you're worshiping the first male rulers that started the New World Order. Jabari made a book called Seven Little White Lies. The number 7 is the number of completion. So anything that they want to link to godhood, you will see that number pop up. When they founded A5A, there were 7 founders. Now, what you'll start looking into is how all these black folks seeded this Kemetism in our communities. This is not who we are. Don't get me wrong. It looks good. It's beautiful. I love the clothes. I love the beads. I love the jewels. I love all of this stuff. Do not get me wrong. I admire Kemet. I admire Egypt, but I don't admire nothing enough to lie to you. We are not Egyptians. We need to go back before all of this to see who we are. And when we do that, we go back to the age of the goddess. This predates the age of Pan. So pay attention to the symbols here. Pay attention to the headdress or the horns, because that became the hat that you see Malachi York wearing. Now this cane is what's carried by the Greek organizations. All of these fraternities, they step with the cane. All right. These black Greeks having canes is nothing new, y'all. All right. It's nothing new. The Pharaoh carried that cane. All right. This stuff ain't that new, people. This is the same thing. I'm going to show y'all about this. This cane is called a bent scepter. It's called a bent scepter, and it was carried by the god Pan. So your Pan-Hellenic Council is a bunch of black sellouts that's controlling black people. Everybody that's part of these secret societies, they got to have a section for each race to keep their people in check. All right. So I just showed you a minute ago the god Pan with a cane in his hand, or what we call a bent scepter. Now look, here is the god Pan with his bent scepter. Let me show y'all something, right? Here is the god Helios with his scepter. I'm showing y'all the parallels of that Narmer wasn't a real pharaoh. He was the first solar deity. You don't know who the real people who ruled then because they get deified. So when you look for history to see who was ruling the earth then, you don't get a real name. You get a deity. Keep in mind the bent scepter. So Jesus is a fish god who come from Serapis or the god Apis. He's another form of Zeus or Narmer. If you worshiping Jesus, you just worshiping Apollo, Zeus, Narmer, Sol, Helios, Ptolemy. So there was another god who predated Jesus, or another version of Jesus, which was called Dagon. Jesus represent Pisces. These are fish gods. This is the God that Jesus come from, well, another God that he come from. You can even see the saint's anchor on his head right here. This is a Christian symbol. I'm giving you the history of Christianity, but you got to understand that it's also the history of Cometicism. So if you look at this, the Pope is carrying a bent scepter. The Pope is the modern day Narmer. And there's a black Pope and a white Pope, but you don't see the black Pope. Everything that's black is a cult. They keep it hidden in order to keep this dialectic going. If they showed you the black and white Pope ruling together, that'll expose all of the deception. That'll expose it all right there. People will start saying, hey, if you got a black Pope and white Pope, why don't we all just come together against these powers? Think about it. They convinced us to come together and unite at Walmart to stock their shelves and keep the rich people rich. You got black and white people with a military uniform on dropping bombs on people, but they get off work and they hate each other and they say black power and white power. Then they wake up in the morning and put the same uniform on and go help make rich people rich on a job. So we can unite to be slaves for these rich people, but we can't unite when we get off work to overthrow the system. And this is because you got your black Boule members and your white secret society members keeping they people hating the blacks and keeping the black people hating the whites. They playing on your emotions. So let's talk some more about this bent scepter that you see Pan holding. This bent scepter was first held, and also Pan is also Apis the bull. I went over that. But this bent scepter became what you see held in the hands of all of the Egyptian deities prior to, I would say, after that. Even your goddesses hold a bent scepter that shows you Pan is still in control. All right? You got to remember that. That's the magician's wand. It's called a bent scepter. That's what you see the Pope holding in his hand. This is also what you see the black Greeks with. Remember that Narmer is also the Sphinx, and that the New World Order started in Egypt when the Greeks unified with the Egyptians, and you had a dual rulership that we still in today. Now, what I was going to pull up. Yeah, let's do this. Black Greeks, right? If you put in Black Greeks, this is what you get. But if you put in ancient Black Greeks, you're going to see that these guys been existing. Today, you got to sell out to become one, just like you did back in the day. See, they said Narmer started civilization. But we were civilized before these pharaohs. What they started was control systems. What they started was, see, before Narmer, everyone was presidents. We all presided over our own sovereignty. We all had an inheritance to the land. After Narmer, you was no longer president over your own natural sovereignty. You became a civilian. So when they said Narmer started civilization, that ain't nothing for you to get happy about. That's the start of slavery. You just a civilian now because of this first pharaoh. The power was taken from the people when the Greek pharaoh united with the damn Egyptian pharaohs. That was the beginning of the New World Order, or the first two super empires uniting and blending their gods together. So look at this bent scepter that the Pope is having. Pay attention to it, because this comes from the fish god Dagon. Dagon bent his hand in a 90-degree angle. That's the number 7. That's the god El. The capital L is the angel, or the angle. The number 7 is completion. It represents a cornerstone. The base of a pyramid has 4 sevens that equal up to 28, which equal out to 10. 10 is the root word of tent. Tent. Everything we do has intent behind it. It's tension. When your eyes focus on something, this is deep magic right here. So when you bend and you turn a corner on a pyramid, that represents an end or a cycle, or a great bend, a great spin of the wheel. So bend is end if you take the B off, but I don't want to go too deep with you. Let's stay on track. This bend represents what's called a bent scepter that was carried by Narmer. All right, and you can see here it also was carried by Dagon as well, the fish god. So Jesus is nothing but the Pope. Everyone on earth today worships the Pope. All of these sun gods is nothing but the Pope. What happened was they couldn't convince the people to literally worship these men. So they had to make an extension of the man, which was the deity of the Pope. So every ruler that ruled over the masses from the beginning of the first dynasties was deified, and he became the sun god that's at the center of all world religions. These sun gods represents all of the male rulers, past, present, and future. And so anytime you worshiping a sun god, you really paying homage to the current ruler or the current landlord, which is the Pope. Menes was the first landlord, and he ruled the Greco-Egyptian pharaohs that came out of Egypt under that unification, ended up ruling the entire world. When Greece and Egypt unified, they went around the world and they put this Greco-Egyptian mentality on damn near the whole earth. That's why we here today where everybody got a sun god, even in the Middle East, no matter where you go. They started this stuff. The Crusades was just not a bunch of white people, white Christians. Don't you understand that there was never just an exclusive white land or exclusive black land ever? That's the deception. When the Ptolemies invaded, when all of these, when Greece was at its greatest and Egypt was at its greatest, both of them was mixed empires that had black people, white people, and people of all races, just like today. That's what made them so great. So if you look at Dagon, he shapes like a L or a 90-degree angle. That became the Nike sign. So the Nike sign is the god Dagon, or the goddess Serket. So the equivalent of Dagon is Serket. And I'm pulling all this up for a reason. She's the scorpion god. If you look at her symbol on her head, it became the Nike sign, because the equivalent of Serket is the Greek goddess Nike as well. She's shaped like a Nike sign. This goddess was the symbol to represent Narmer. In other words, when Narmer was ruling, that was the time of Christ. That was during the Greek victory. Remember that she represents victory for the Egyptian pharaoh, and that Nike represents victory for the European pharaoh. but it represents defeat for all of us. You can see her carrying the bent scepter right here that the Pope carries. Hey guys, let me just get a quick mic check and a quick status check from the people out there. Let me know that y'all still with me and that my voice is loud and clear and that you can see the screen good and that all of my technicalities is on point. Let me know that and I'll move on. Give me a one or a flat power or a good. Both said I'm good. I'm going to keep it moving. All right. You can see Sir Kent carrying the bent scepter that the Pope carries. This represents the rule of Narmer. Now, what you got to keep in mind about Nike is Black and Greek unification. You see it all day. So you see today people who say they pro-black, who say they so-called for the people, they walk outside with Nike clothes on, but they have red, black, and green as well. Pay attention to this, y'all. The blending of Africa with Greek culture started back in 3150 BC. It's a fake ass revolution, y'all. You cannot be African centered and also be a true soldier for your ancestors, because your ancestors were not African centered. Your ancestors didn't teach that life started in Africa. Your ancestors taught that life started at the center of the earth and that we're special people. The Black Greeks and the Boule and all of these white Greeks got something in common. Let me show you. What do they have in common? Well, this is what they have in common. Let me show you. Hold on. This is what they have in common. This is during the rule of Narmer, when the people was being what Greeks have in common. And here goes some artwork. You see, this is an artwork of Narmer. What the Greeks have in common with the black pro-blacks is that all of them worship Narmer. All of them love Narmer. Now, you can go on a lot of Greek sites and look at a lot of Greek historians, and you will see that they worship this guy. They got their own name for him in Greek. They call him Pan. They call him Man. And you see him here. This is a Greek depiction of Narmer because he wasn't a real dude. There was a dual rulership going on Earth during this time. And you had a black power structure and a white power structure that unified. And what they created was a peasantry system. What you got to realize is that when world powers unite, it's because they don't want to go to war no more. They want to maintain their power. And how they understand that the real war is against them and the powerless. There's only two races, the haves and the have-nots, the powerful and the powerless. The people in power unite their powers so that they can always stay powerful, and we'll always stay powerless with this black versus white nonsense. When you look up at the top, the blacks are united with the whites and they're controlling the world together. But when you get down to us regular folks, the only time we can unite is to stock their shelves and work their jobs, but not to overthrow the bastards because they playing on your emotions. So if you look at this depiction of Narmer, he got that cane in his hand, what all of your black Greeks carry. Here you go again with his bent scepter. So ask yourself a question. How come we can't find a real picture of Narmer? How come you see Narmer black sometime and you see him white sometime? The same reason you see Jesus black sometime and you see Jesus white sometime. This is just a blended deity that they gave the peasants at that time because we weren't yet comfortable with worshiping a pharaoh. Just like you're not comfortable with it today. So here's another form of the Greco-Egyptian Sphinx, and this is Narmer. He is the Sphinx. Narmer is the Sphinx. You can see his face on the thing. All right, that's Narmer. Here's the white version of Narmer that they give to white people. Here go the black version of Narmer that they give to black people. And whenever you take a tour to Kemet to try to get this history, they divide the tours up amongst races. So if you ask anybody who ever went to Kemet, if they black, they went with black people, and that was a black tour guide, and he was a Mason. All of those tour guides over there in Kemet that's conducting the tours over there, they're Masons. They part of secret societies. Their job is to separate the history. So when white people go over there, they have a white secret society member who's a tour guide taking them through white Egypt, showing them all of the white pharaohs and telling them how great white people was, showing them that Narmer was a white man and that white people are the best. But if you black and you go to Kemet, they get you with one of these pro-black teachers, Jabari or one of them, one of these black Greeks, and they take you over there and they take you to the black side and they give you the black version of this same God. And we being deceived, y'all. The secret societies got this shit organized. They got this shit orchestrated to where when you try to go back beyond Narmer, you ain't gonna be able to do it. People who go back beyond Narmer and talk about the age of the goddesses, they call us nutcases. They say that we giving primitive people too much credit. In other words, when you debate somebody like Jabari or Hoteper, they'll tell you that before Narmer, everybody was just dumb. We didn't know nothing. They'll tell you pre-dynastic time or prehistoric time is the time when people was dumb and they didn't know nothing, and that we didn't know shit until this pharaoh rose to power. And this is the timeline deception. Jesus didn't exist. When Jesus was born in mythology, that was day one on the Julian calendar and the rise of Narmer. So Jesus is Narmer. And there was no literal Christ that was born from a virgin. That was a king that was born from the old world matriarchy. All right? That's why when you go and look at the history of Christianity, they come from the Minoan culture. And they had the serpent goddess. The Christians abandoned their original nature goddesses at the same time the Egyptians did. And that was when the New World Order rose. Under this unification, we all turned our backs on Mother Nature. The Christian serpent goddess was their version of worshiping a divine womb. What did they do with it? They cursed that in the Garden of Eden. You see, in the Garden of Eden, they did a couple of things. They started the Genesis or the genealogy of the Pharaoh or the First Testament. Remember that the Old Testament and the New Testament is the testes of the king, the testicles of the Pharaoh. Let me show y'all something. Narmer, hold on. Hold on a minute. Give me a minute, because this is why we call testifying. When you go to court today, you testify just like Narmer. You raise your hand, but hold on, let me show you something. This is the Arm & Hammer baking soda. They got this stuff everywhere. But hold on a minute, I'm trying to find a picture here. Narmer. Give me a minute, guys. Thank y'all for being patient. I'm trying to find something. Okay. Let me just get a minute here if you don't mind, to find basically what I'm looking for is a picture of the Pharaoh with his hands raised, taking the oath. All right. The oath started in Egypt. And ever since then, everyone who takes an oath, they going against the people. I don't care if you're a police, if you're a military member, definitely if you're a Mason or a Black Greek, you know you going against the people. But hold on, I want to show y'all something. I want to show you something here. You see this in Masonry. When you take the oath, you do the same arm and hammer. All right, this is arm and hammer. All right, this come from Narmer. Bear with me, guys, because I'm still looking for this thing. In Egypt, basically, God doggone it. This is really messing with me. I can't find what I'm looking for. I'm actually looking for, and stay with me, people. Don't leave. I'm gonna find it in a minute. All right, I'm not gonna worry about it. Basically, on a lot of Egyptian, hold on, I think I know what to put in. Thank y'all for being patient. I found what I was looking for. There was a lot of homosexuality going on in Egypt, and a lot of pro-blacks don't want to admit that. That's because ego. No one want to think that their ancestors was doing such gross acts. But what happened in Egypt when the Greeks and Egyptians was living together, it was Sodom and Gomorrah. Everything we see today, where you got black gay men and white gay men, you got black and white everything over here in America. You got black and white people who are both gay, black and white people who are both rich. You got black and white people who are both poor. This ain't nothing new. They tell you ain't nothing new under the sun. That's because after Narmer became the process of repetition. Hell is repetition. Hell is Helios. They tell you that the sun, everything goes around the sun in a heliocentric universe. That's not ancient flat earth knowledge. That is another form of them centering your reality around the king or around Narmer. Science is another form of religion. Listen, when you look at this solar system, where they got the sun being the center of everything, that's no different than sun worship or you worshiping the Pharaoh. This is not our true reality. This is programming, y'all. The sun and moon are equal size and they both orbit circuit above the earth. Now let me show you some. Keep this picture in your mind. Stare at this and look at it hard. Pay attention to it because I'm going to show you something that it parallels. Keep it in mind. Let's go. Does it look familiar? On Darwin's evolution chart, it has the sun beginning everything. It has on Darwin's evolution chart that the sun started all life. And right here, where the dinosaurs are, is where they had a problem. See, they said humans evolved from apes. But if you look at the way the earth was destroyed and recreated so many times, according to this chart, you will see that there was not really, the earth wasn't really destroyed and recreated. They was changing mythology. So right here is the sun in the sky. And what they're telling you is that the sun actually is the reason why all life evolved from the smaller life, lesser life forms. But that's a form of sun worship. The sun ain't responsible for nothing. The sun is a life form itself, just like the moon. The womb is responsible for all life forms, and evolution is a hoax. It's just another way to glorify the sun. All right. So what am I saying here? They said, Darwin said we come from monkeys. And when black people say that they was first, they saying that they was monkeys. This Lucy's skull that they said supposed to be African's progenitor, that is not real. It's not real. It's a forgery. It's fake as hell. And it's white people trying to give you your history, black people. Think about that. You got rich white people and rich black people trying to give you this monkey origin story. And to make it so crazy, they say that life was seeded on Earth by something crashing, by a fireball crashing into Earth from outer space. And over time, that fireball turned into monkeys, which turned into humans. So they said we come from space monkeys. They playing a joke on y'all. They even got a fucking, y'all think I'm lying. The joke's on you. The joke is on you. The joke is on you. They tell you we come from damn space monkeys and y'all believe it. The rich people are laughing at us, believing all of this Darwinism. And the black Greeks are there to sell you the same story. See, they know you're going to question that Bible eventually. And they know you're going to need something else to keep you controlled. So they give you the Kemetic, which is just another form of sun worship, saying you come from space monkeys. But when you talk about in the beginning in Genesis, from darkness to light, that's from the dark age into civilization. The Greeks and the Egyptians came out of their dark ages at the same time, worshiping Narmer, and that was a peasantry system. So again, your Pan-Hellenic Council with all of your black Greek organizations and this whole RBG movement, it was started by the black Greeks. This RBG movement, the Pharaoh worship, is not a real revolution for our people. It's the black fraternities and the black sororities that sold their own people out and gave us this Pan-Hellenic culture that's keeping us stagnant today. Every black Greek letter organization is under this Pan-Hellenic umbrella. And they all worship this god right here called Pan. And you see them with their cane stepping. You see Pan with a flute in his hand. He was the god of music. Guess what? All of your black Greeks control hip hop today. That's why you see the big homosexual push in hip hop today. They had to get rid of Tupac because he was coming exposing this shit. So look at here now. This Cain, this bent scepter. This God right here is nothing but the Baphomet. And we know all Masons serve the Baphomet. Eastern Stars serve the Baphomet. Here we go. Here go the Eastern Star symbol. Here go the Baphomet symbol. This is all the god Pan, which came up out of the Greco-Egyptian unification under Narmer. So every single president, every single pope, every single ruler is just another version of Pan. So if you look at George Washington right here, he's showing you that the male ruler in the flesh ain't nothing but Pan or Narmer, Nimrod. All of these male rulers, they eventually become deified and they become Baphomets or solar deities. Remember George Washington, we know he was a Freemason. All of these black Greek societies, man, Eastern Stars and all of these folks, they working together with the powers to sell out their own people. And white people doing the same. They selling their own people out too. It's a collective effort of these world powers for everybody got to be down on it. And everybody's selling their own people out. And it's really the powers versus the powerless. So you can see here, all right, this symbol L on the altar. Remember that L, okay? That L right there is why we take the oath. Look, candidate taking the oath of an entered apprentice. This is what you're looking at. Look at the L though. Pay attention to that L. You got to pay attention to that L because why? Why, Brother Sanchez? Well, let me show you. Let me show you. I'm going to blow y'all away today. I just had this thing up. Thank y'all for bearing with me. I got to find it again. I got to find it again. Give me 1 minute. Thank y'all for being patient, like I said. Oh, I just saw a picture. We can get this one here. So this is Narmer. This is who we was just reading about. Remember that the Greeks call them men, M-I-N. His name is Men. This is why we say amen at the end of our prayers today. You're worshiping this first solar deity. Now remember what I just showed you. Remember, when you take an oath, your body form an L, a capital L. Look at this guy taking the oath here, and the altar that he's taking his oath on has that L. It's a 90-degree angle, and it's a simple L. Remember, I showed you that earlier when I pointed out Dagon. Why am I showing y'all this? Dagon represents the oath. Let me show you. See how he forms a L? This fish god originated back in Greco-Egyptian Egypt. And you can see Dagon hand forming the L and the Pope carrying the bent scepter representing the oath of the Son Savior. You can see Jesus on there. Jesus would be Narmer. The hat that you see the Pope wearing, that's the double crown of the unification. And I'm going to get into that in a minute. Right here you see Narmer with his arm in an L position, taking the oath. That's why when we take oaths, we have to form an L with our arm. You can see Narmer also has an erected phallus because this was the beginning of male homosexual cults. For you to be a member of the Boule, or for you to join a secret society, you have to engage in a homosexual act. This is what bonds you to the brotherhood. All right. And this started in Egypt. When we say we giving a testimony or we testifying, the root word testimony or testifying come from the word testes. Well, Brother Sanchez, what is testes? Here's testes. All right. These are called testicles. The testes of the man. All right. Your Bible starts off with the Old Testament. Your Bible is composed of 2 books called testaments. Just like the man has testicles and there's 2 of them. So your Bible is nothing but a phallic book. The word phallic and the word pharaoh are synonymous. It means that people are being ruled over by the phallic or by the pharaoh under the testament, under the male god that rule out of jealousy, envy, ego. When you look at all these sun gods, they full of ego. They threat you. They don't rule you with love like the mother goddesses did in pre-dynastic Egypt. See, let me show y'all something. All of these statues you see right here with the man ejaculating, masturbating, this was the beginning of the male cults. All of this talk about we don't love them hoes that you get from hip hop, they're part of the male cults. All of your rappers in on it. It's about desecrating the female. I'm timing out Vegan Warrior. And the reason I'm doing that because I'm not reaching. Respect my knowledge. Don't tell me I'm reaching. Prove me fucking wrong. If you think I'm reaching, Vegan, you ain't fit to be up here teaching this subject with me. You don't know what I thought you knew if you think I'm reaching. I'm giving the people the real facts. Vegan Warrior do not know anything about pre-dynastic world. I'm only using Vegan Warrior because he was an A5A member. And I'm always skeptical about these ex-Masons and shit. So Vegan, understand that I fucks with you, but I don't really just trust you like that. I'm going to keep it real. I don't trust nobody like that. And goddamn it, guess what? I love y'all, but I ain't no naive fool to not know that it's some controlled opposition up under us. You can't deny none of the shit that I'm saying. And let me tell y'all something. When somebody say that you reaching, you say you damn right I'm reaching. If you ain't reaching, you can't stretch. They tell you to reach for the stars. They tell you the sky ain't even the limit. It's as far as you can reach. If you ain't reaching, you ain't trying. We got to stop all of this shit about people talking about who reaching or not. I don't want nobody teaching me who ain't reaching. That means you ain't trying all enough. You supposed to reach. I don't get this shit. People talking about you reaching. You supposed to be reaching. Why wouldn't you reach? Reaching means you're looking into it all the way deep as you can look into it. Why would you play with it? I like people that reach. When I wake up in the morning, I reach toward the heavens and I stretch my body. This is yoga. You can't reach the top of the damn mountain if you don't reach. Everything that we supposed to be doing, they want to make it into something bad. You supposed to be reaching. Vegan Warrior won't have his ass up on my show talking about some reaching. Let me get back to this knowledge. Can't nobody tell me that I'm lying when I'm showing and proving. The Greeks called Narmer men. The first cults did ejaculation rituals. You had to ejaculate. In other words, let me go back here. The Bible got two testaments. The word testament is testicle, dealing with the first male cults, the first gods on earth that they even wrote the Bible off of. The gods of the Bible ain't nothing but solar deities. They're nothing but personifications of ancient rulers. And the first male ruler was Menes. And when he came to power, that was the first beginning of the Old Testament, Genesis. I just told you that Genesis started off in the beginning of us coming from darkness to light. You really think the earth just was created 7,000 years ago? No. What happened 7,000 years ago was the beginning of the New World Order and us being ruled over under testaments or under the testicles of the male. It's brotherhoods that rule the world, y'all. The sister fraternities and the sister sororities, they don't have as much power as the brotherhoods. We've been ruled over by male brotherhoods ever since Egyptian time. So this is the God man right here with an erected phallus taking his oath. You had to have an erected phallus, y'all. They want to know that you can get a hard on to a guy. Because if you can't get your thing on hard around all of these men, then they know you ain't gay. And they want to know that you got a little fruitiness in you, that you really down with this shit. Because this whole male secret society cult, when it was originated here, and listen, what you looking at is when civilization started under these male cults. But I can even go back prior to men and show you when we was living in the golden age, how it started back then. Prior to the dynasties, prior to the Egyptian male, the Greek rulers, and this new world order system we in today, we was a people that was just in sort of a village type state. All around the world, you had villages that was dominated by women. And this was called autonomous villages. Autonomous is another word for saying sovereign. So during this time, there was no one ruling over us but nature. And the reason it was matriarchal, because the woman had more knowledge about the seeds and the plants. This was during the time when we was vegetarians or vegans. We was leaving the Garden of Eden. When we left the Garden of Eden during the first Exodus, and that was big concentrations in Africa, people were still vegan for a long time. The eating of meat rose with the rise of male cults. You will see that a lot of big key changes happened with humanity when our diet changed. So when we depended on women when we was vegans because they held all the knowledge of the plants and the herbs. They was the ones that fed us. That's why in a lot of art you see the woman giving the man an apple or a piece of fruit. To this day, women know more about spices and herbs than men. To this day, you don't even want to eat meat unless you put plants on it to season it. So that show you we originally was vegans. So what I'm saying is this. There was an evolution that happened, but it wasn't us coming from apes to be humans. We came from vegans to meat-eating societies. All right? And the first male hunters were the first rock stars. Everyone depended on their food through the woman, through plants. We was vegans. The eating of meat was forbidden. That was a rule that you couldn't hunt the animals and eat meat. That was an old world rule. That was a law of nature. Men was the first ones to build hunting cliques and go out hunting the animals, and then we broke that rule of nature. Ever since then, you had the birth of vampire societies, meaning most of our diets is meat-based. This started in Egypt. This started with the Greco-Egyptians. But even prior to that, we was leading up to this way of living. So I'm going back showing y'all the history of vampirism. All of these religions is based on vampirism. You got to give their gods blood to please them. Their gods don't mind you killing the animals and eating them. But that's not the way the world's supposed to be. Man fucked up the pyramid structure on earth. When we hunted the first animals, all the animals started falling behind us and hunting each other. There was a time where the world was just the way that the Garden of Eden say. Everything was vegan and we was plant-based humans. The first males in them villages to break the laws of nature and hunt the animals, they became famous. They became like celebrities because what had happened was everyone started getting hooked on eating meat. Meat was like a drug back then. And you was breaking the law when you was hunting and eating the meat. And you had wars that took place between people that wanted to uphold the laws of nature and the old world, and people that was moving us into this new age living of hunting societies that we in today. Gardening societies was ruled by the woman and the plants. Hunting societies are ruled by ego-filled men. And the world power still own all of your meat factories and stuff today. All of this is important to see how we come from her story to his story. Her story is represented by plant-based, vegan-based villages. His story is represented by this meat-eating world we in today. All right? So I got videos that go into all of this, and I'm going to be making a whole series being thorough, starting from her story, working our way all the way from the beginning of recorded time all the way up to today, to our modern Boule members and secret societies. This video is just me going live, giving y'all a heads up. But I'm going to actually redo all of this information in a thorough slide presentations. And what would have been Secrets of New York is now going to be her story to his story. So this Secrets of New York series, I'm changing the name and I'm changing the thumbnail, and it's going to be her story to his story. And I will be uploading the first video of that series next week. And it's going to be an introduction video to the entire series. So be on the lookout. Now let's get back to this El concept and how you see men taking his oath with his erected phallus. So this phallus, or this erected phallus that you see, if you look at this picture here, you see man taking his oath right here. You also see another God right here coming to anoint man and welcome him into the brotherhood with an erected phallus. This is homosexuality, people. If you walked in my garage right now and you saw me standing up with a hard cock, just like you see men right here. If you walked in my garage and saw me standing up with a hard cock, and you saw another man in front of me with a hard cock doing this, wouldn't you say that's gay? But the Hoteppers and the Kemetic folks, they don't want you to think that this is gay because they ego blinding them. They telling you, the Kemetic folks will tell you that our ancient ancestors was perfect. They didn't do nothing wrong. Everything they done wrong, they learned it from the white man, even how to be gay. This is how naive these dumbasses are. This is how foolish they are, and they're part of the problem. They don't want to admit that our ancestors messed up, man. Just like the white people telling all the white people that their ancestors were so great. So what the secret society's doing is they telling all of their people that they was perfect, and that white people telling that their people that all of the evil that white people go through is because black people corrupting the earth. Black secret society members telling they people that all of the bad shit black people do is not our fault. It's because this white devil taught us how to be evil. But the contradicting part is they tell you that black people created this white devil. So we had to be evil in order to create evil. I'm going to tell you something right now is all bullshit. There's always been evil black people and evil white people ever since the beginning of time. There's always been rich black people and rich white people and poor black people and poor white people ever since the beginning of time. So what I'm telling you here is during these times, there was a black and white rulership just like it is today of these rich gay men who in these societies controlling the world. So this, what I'm showing you here is the concept of El. Also, El is another way of saying men. The god El is men. Now, this became Arm and Hammer baking soda. This is the raising of one arm. Arm and Hammer. This symbol, the white people love it, and not the white people, the rich white people love Narmer. And the rich black people love Narmer. The black Greeks and the white Greeks are working together to keep all of us poor people oppressed and divided and conquered. Platforms like Sarnetta TV, concepts like Kemeticism is part of the agenda. You got to understand that Narmer was the first, one of the first, where masonry existed. Hey, shout out to River Ingram. Thank you for the donation. Look here, people. This is in Washington. This is where Martin Luther King made his speech at. And remember, Martin Luther King is also a member of the Boule. The civil rights movement was controlled. So you have the Washington Monument right there in D.C. And you have one in Egypt too. Because what they're not telling y'all is that we've been under a Greco-Egyptian rulership for the past 7,000 years, and that the New World Order been took place. The New World Order is not about to begin. It's about to be over with. Yes, the New World Order is about to end while they got dummies running around talking about it's about to begin. They're years ahead of us. The New World Order began in Egypt when the first two world empires united. That was Greece and Egypt. The New World Order was completed with the UN Treaty. The UN Treaty is a treaty amongst all of the world's superpowers. That was when they ended the New World Order right there. And globalization was strengthened like never before. This is a globalized warfare. This is a warfare between heliocentrism and ancient flat earth people that have been going on all the way up into today. The globalists have been battling the ancient people. Most of us were born globalists, but now the ancient truth is coming back around. But the New World Order was completed with this treaty, and now we're seeing the end of it in our time. What they're going to do now is go into overdrive, and it's going to get real tough in these next couple of years, because the New World Order is actually ending, not beginning. It began back there in Egypt, like I'm telling you. So Dagon and the bent scepter became the Nike sign. Now Spike Lee and Jordan made Nike popular to blacks. Spike Lee is a high-ranking Freemason, and Jordan is a high-ranking Mason who's also a Omega. These were the two individual black Greek members. Both of them are black Greeks. They sold the concept of consumerism and the embracing of the Nike brand to the black culture. So it goes back to what I told you. And you got to understand that Kaepernick is a black Greek too. He's a Kappa. And he's one of these pro-blacks that they put up there to keep this divide and conquer going too. He's mixed, by the way. And he love his white side. While y'all think all of these folks really care something about you, they part of an agenda. They playing with your emotions. Don't you know that Colin Kaepernick is named after Colin Powell, which is another big black sellout, a Boule member? Don't you know that? They named their son Colin Kaepernick after that man. Spike Lee is a Mason. Why is Spike Lee a big Kaepernick fan? Because both of them know the agenda. Both of them know this divide and conquer agenda to keep black people mad at white folks. Spike Lee, don't you know white people made him rich? They allowed him to come out with the Malcolm X movie, y'all. Denzel Washington is a Mason. Don't y'all know these white folks don't care nothing about you looking at Malcolm X and looking at the Roots movies? They want you to do all of that because it make them rich. You spending money if you watching Spike Lee, but the ancestors told you that the revolution won't be televised. Today, our revolution televised. where you keep looking at TV at these sellouts who's selling you this African culture, but they laughing at you behind closed doors. Kaepernick laughing at you. The Zulu Nation is a rap group that also was responsible for seeding this Afrocentrism to black people. And they also is a Masonic control organization. I got Vortex Media in the house. He said, "Peace, King, keep teaching," from Let's Vortex. I'm going to tell y'all something right now. And shout out to Under the Ether. He said, "Keep on keeping on, brother." Thank you, Under the Ether. Man, let me give another shout out to Let's Vortex. I fucks with Let's Vortex. I really do. And to see him on here supporting my work means a lot to me. It let me know I'm not alone. I want y'all to also support Vortex Media. Let's Vortex, man, I got so much love for you because you've been battling these guys before me. When the black conscious community was arguing with cats like Let's Vortex and other cats, I didn't really know whose side to take because I didn't know none of the stuff that I'm telling y'all now. But people like Let's Vortex been fighting this fight before me. It's been people standing up against these pro-blacks in this conscious community in this black boule. I'm just now starting to do it because I'm just now finding out how deep the shit go. Just a year ago, I was a hotepper, man. I was comedic minded. I was into pharaoh worship. I didn't know no better. So we waking up, y'all. We waking up, man. Another thing I want to say is, I got off track a minute. Oh yeah, you know what? Scratch that. Let me get back on subject. None of these folks are really pro-black. You got to understand that Kaepernick just grew his hair out. He was just another normal white boy. But he's a Kappa. They sent him on a mission. If you look at Kaepernick's old pictures when he was a young boy, he was not this dude you see with this afro and these braids. They made him grow his hair out and be pro-black because right now it's crunch time. They got people in place to make this. They want a race war to happen. All right. The final thing about this new world order that's ending is it's going to end with another world war that's going to be popped off by you and me, the people. That's why I'm doing these streams. We got to stop letting them play with our emotions. People like Kaepernick, they want to get you riled up. They want to get you to hate this and go for that and go against that. Step back, take a deep breath and see that you being bamboozled. All of these people on the same team. Even young Pharaoh, and I'm going to get into that in a minute. Now, let's go back to our picture. Now, these are Beta Phi Alphas, and they are members of Alpha Phi Alpha, but you are Beta Phi Alpha when you pledging. So, there's different chapters of each organization. These are A-Phi-A's, but they are from a beta chapter. So what I want you to pay attention to is the hand. Look at his hand. Look at this guy's hand, okay? It's making an L. And I just showed y'all this. Hold on. Hold on. Pay attention, y'all. Look at his hands. Look at his hands, right? Look at his hands. It's all the same worship of El. El is why we have elks. They tell you about Santa Claus having elves. Where these elves are no different than Jesus' disciples. Remember, Jesus is Nimrod. He's Narmer. He's the first pharaoh of the Black Greeks. He's also Ptolemy. All right, it's a blended deity. So El is how you get the Pan-Hellenic Council. This the deity that they worship called Pan, also El. The H is silent. It's the Pan-Hellenic Council. So Helen is a Greek name of a white woman. It's a popular white female name, Helen. But also Ellen. Helen and Ellen is the same thing. The H is silent. But there are cities called Helena. The first city that had the root word hell in it was called Heliopolis or Heliopolis. And guess where it was, y'all? In Egypt. In Egypt. Heliocentrism as we know it today in the New World Order, again, started right there in Egypt with the Black Greeks and the white Egyptians. It's a blended power structure. So if you look at this guy's hand, he's making an L. And shout out to Run That Back Productions. If you look, thank you for that donation and thank you for that encouragement. I really appreciate y'all, man. So if you look at the color of his tie, it's black and gold. That's the colors of the pharaoh. The black and gold stripes that you see. Let me go back to Alpha Phi Alpha so y'all can see. This Kemeticism of worshiping the pharaoh, you didn't create it. It was given to you by Black Greek organizations. These are the guys who control all black people. And yes, he's a A-Phi-A, he's a A-Phi-A, he's a A. You can't name a black famous person or somebody who important that ain't a member of some organization. It's impossible. We're in a fucking matrix. These guys get in college, they join these organizations, and they take an oath to keep these secrets and to keep all the power within their brotherhoods. But you can see the black and gold originated from the first alphas in Kemet. Narmer was the first alpha, or the first Masons originated in Kemet. So what you need to pay attention to is this guy's hand. He didn't make that up. He don't even know why he doing it. He don't know why. All he know is somebody taught him to frown his face up and do his hands like that. But he don't know that it come from Dagon. He don't know that what he's doing is evil. He don't know that. Y'all send y'all children to college as Africans, and when they graduate, they're Greeks. Where they do that at? How you send your kid off to college as an African, and when he come back home, he's a damn Greek. You don't even recognize him anymore. He frowning his face up all stupid, saying chants that sound demonic, doing steps that look demonic, and he's secretive now. It's some things he can't tell you about now. When you send your kid off to college and let him join this shit, you never get your kid back again. Your kid become a different person. And in the future, I'm going to show y'all some videos of what really go on in these colleges. I'm telling y'all, stay tuned. It's going to be a whole series called Her Story to His Story. And I'm going to be thorough on all of the history of the Black Greeks. I'm going to show y'all how evil this stuff is, what go on in these college campuses, how sick it is. So he don't know that what's going on. So I'm giving y'all the science here. And this bent scepter that you see, all right, let's go ahead. We can move on now. We making leeway. If you see the Alpha Phi Alpha hand sign, it's L. It's the bent scepter. All right? Because this is the fraternity of Kemeticism. Every last Greek Latin organization has its own mission. And the A-Phi-A's were put in the black community to seed the religion of Kemeticism. They're doing their job working for Big Brother. And their hand symbol is the bent scepter. It's the oath. It's L. It's the hand of Narmer. Let's go back to it again. All right, because I want to be thorough here. This is gay stuff, man. I don't care what you say. So you see his hand, it's an L. That's the oath. And that's that L right here. Remember, A phi A is EVE. It's ovaries, ovo. Drake tell y'all about ovo, well, that's A phi A. Egg, vagina, egg. That's Eve. The woman's vagina is surrounded by ovaries. On each side, it looks like a capital T. All right? When you say A phi A, you're saying EVE. Let me show y'all. What they did was they hid the goddess behind the man. So this is A pi A. The pi is always the womb. That's the pie slice. And this is A and this is A. This is ovo. This is the mark of the beast. When you say ovo, you're dealing with the ovaries. That's Dodge Ram, by the way. Because the ram is the female uterus. The ram is the lamb, is Jesus. So how did the female uterus get turned into a dang on man god? Because they desecrated the woman. This ram that you looking at, that's the goat god Pan. That's Narmer. He replaced the matriarchy. He replaced the female rulership. The males that run the world today. We used to all worship the womb. Now we worship the male gods. Pan, Narmer. You no longer have reverence for the womb. All the male gods tell you to curse the womb. A C-section is called a cesarean section and is named after the Caesar. During this time, they call this the Hellenist time, the age of Narmer, the time of Narmer. The time when Narmer would have supposed to have been living on earth would have been where Jesus was living. So it don't add up. Either Jesus is Narmer or they the same thing. And I'm telling you, that's exactly what it is. There was no Jesus. Jesus is Narmer. The Lord Christ is really the landlord Narmer. Prior to us worshiping these male leaders as sun gods, we all had respect for the womb where all life come from, and we lived in harmony. This womb was turned into a beast, just like Eve was blamed for everything in the garden. The Bible tells you in Genesis that the woman cursed us. That same mythology is what literally happened in Egypt. The male rulers cursed the woman. They told you in Genesis that we was kicked out of the garden and that the world became evil because the woman bit an apple. They telling y'all a lie. The world did not become evil because a woman bit an apple. The world became evil because men started biting the animals. The first male hunting societies were Freemason societies. When we was living in village type states, it was against the rules to hunt the animals. When we first started hunting the animals, the animals started hunting each other. To this day, they still doing it because we fucked up the pyramid. Everything was vegan before we started hunting stuff. So we broke that law of nature. And what you got to realize is the first male hunters, they used to have to sneak and do it. It was against the law to hunt. The first male hunters were the first male secret societies. They had to sneak away from the village to go and hunt. And when they was out there in the forest hunting, breaking the rules of the village, they was plotting on how they can take over the village, y'all. This what led up to the fucking upper and lower Egypt. Remember, dynastic time start with Narmer. Pre-dynastic time ends when that start. So what was happening leading up to the first dynasties? Village wars. Wars amongst the people of people breaking the rules of nature and some people upholding the rules of nature. And what happened was the people who was breaking the rules of nature won the war. And here we are today in the evil world because those original fighters who was fighting for the old world matriarch, they was outnumbered. There was a disease happening on the earth called vampirism. The first male hunters got the villages addicted to meat. Our diets changed and we stopped depending on women for gardening and we started depending on males and hunting. The male hunters who took us out of the golden age were the first males in power because when they got the villages hooked on meat, you couldn't eat without them going to hunt. This was the first time on earth where the village now depended on the man to be fed. If he didn't go out and kill animals, we didn't eat. Prior to that, we depended on the gardens and on women. And when we ate, we threw the seeds on the ground and created more trees. Humans have a symbiotic relationship with the plants. The plants can't reproduce if we don't eat them. This is why when you walk by an orange tree, it smells good. The tree is attracting you. The flowers are attracting the bees to come get the nectar so they can reproduce. Man has a relationship with the plants. When we left the Garden of Eden, that was a symbolic way of saying we left our vegan-based diet under the matriarchy of women. When we left that vegan-based diet and the village state under the matriarch of women, it was because of the first male hunters that created secret societies. They left the villages and went out to hunt. They broke the rules. When they started giving people a taste of blood and a taste of meat, people left the plant-based diets and was dependent on these first hunters the same way we depended on meat factories today that run the world. Them first male hunters, when they was out there breaking the rules, hunting them animals, they was also having meetings on how they gonna take over the villages and bring this new way of living on everybody else. They would come back to the villages among their people and keep secrets. They would sneak meat back into the villages and have other folks taste the meat. And what happened was everybody became vampires. We in vampire societies today, meat-based diets. That was the beginning of sophisticated tools and man's making machines. Today we rule by machines because we rule by man. Before man invented the plow, which is one of the most simplest tools, but it's considered a sophisticated tool of the old world. Before that, the only tools that existed was little bitty simple chisels and simple gardening tools. That was what the women worked the ground with. When we used to find, back in the day when we started villages, the first thing we would do was break the ground open and see how good was the soil. And if the soil was good, we would start our village right there and make our garden right there. So this whole groundbreaking process of foundating a village comes from pre-dynastic time. Today, when they foundate a building, they have a groundbreaking ceremony where the founder of the building, he's the first one to stick the shovel in the ground and break the ground. That come from the old world matriarchy when we had our groundbreaking process of testing the soil, when we was gardeners, vegans. So we didn't get kicked out of the garden when the woman bit the apple. We got kicked out of the garden when the male hunters started eating the damn animals. And we still been out of the garden today under this patriarchal system. So again, we went from worshiping the womb to worshiping the Greek god Pan, and every male deity you see today looks feminine. Let's look at Krishna. Take a look at Krishna. If I told you that this was a male god, you would say, no, Brother Sanchez, that's a woman. Nope, that's a male god. That's another variation of Jesus. This is the Hindu form of Narmer. This is their version of Pan. Again, the Greeks and the Egyptians unified, and they went around the whole world pushing this Greco-Egyptian mentality on the whole world. Even when you go to Hindu, you can see this sun god Narmer. Look at the crown. All right? So I hope y'all get a good idea of what I'm telling you here. The Baphomet is Pan. Now let's talk more about Narmer, and we're going to wrap this up here shortly. To understand about the double crown, let's show y'all what I mean. Here's what we're working with. To the left is called the crown of Upper Egypt, and it's called the Hedjet. In the middle is the Deshret, and this is the crown of Lower Egypt. To the right is the crown of the unification, the double crown called the Peshent. And I know I'm probably not pronouncing that right. It's called a Shent. So this double crown is a result of Upper and Lower Egypt unifying. That was the first beginnings of the New World Order. Let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all something. This is important. Let me show you. This is called a triple crown worn by the world popes. This headdress originated in Babylonia in 1800 BC. This is a triple crown. Keep in mind that the double crown was in 3150 under Narmer. The triple crown came in Babylon in 1800. So this New World Order has been going on for the past thousands of years. They already been uniting these world empires, telling you that you got to wait on it. The shit been happening, y'all. It already happened. We're in the New World Order. Listen, y'all. I'm trying to make it simple. What was happening in Egypt during this time, they call it the Hellenistic time. Where the Hellenistic time came later, but the rise of Narmer during this unification is still a Hellenist period. We have been in a Hellenistic period ever since the proto-dynastic period. And don't worry if you don't know what that is. Like I said, I'm going to be going in all of this thorough in the future. So don't worry. But we've been in Hellenistic time ever since proto-dynastic area all the way up to now. We are all Hellenists. We have a heliocentric ideology. But just to get back on subject here, what was going on in Egypt was the blending of two world powers, Egypt and Rome. And there was an Egyptian pharaoh and a Roman pharaoh, and a Greek pharaoh that didn't too tough get along. After the blending period, there was unity. The people wanted unity. They was tired of the Greeks and the Egyptians fighting. But when I say fighting, not necessarily meaning that they shooting each other up and killing each other every day. It's fighting just like we do today. Democrat versus Republican. The fight was economic and political. Egypt was the first America. And you can see these two different crowns as Democrat and Republican. That's what was happening in Egypt. Egypt was a melting pot of all these different races, and it was ruled over by two different crowns. Just like America is ruled over by Christianity and Islam, this happened back in Egypt. What was going on was Christianity and Islam, and Greek culture and Egyptian culture. So there was two rulers in this melting pot that we call Egypt, and they had two different crowns. But just like today, how we talk about all of these world powers uniting, that's what they was talking about then. And it happened. They united. Greece united with Egypt during that time, and the double crown, what you see here, came out of that unification. So the double crown of the two lands, all right, is what you got. So stare at this double crown. I want you to get it in your head, look at it, get familiar with it, because now we about to crank up a notch. And I'm going to show y'all how deep this is. Yes, Santa Claus hat is the double crown. Santa Claus is just another sun god. He's just another version of Nimrod or Odin in Norse mythology. This sun god was worshipped over the whole earth, just like the Pope is today. The Pope can go anywhere on earth and get worshipped. The Pope can. Even countries that ain't cool with each other can be beefing in that war, but both of them will shut up when the Pope come and kiss his hand because he's the landlord. The Pope back in the day would have been Narmer. This hat that you see that was worn by not only the black pharaoh, but also the white pharaoh, is now worn by the Pope today. Here's the Pope, or Saint Nicholas, with his bent scepter. You ever wonder why Santa Claus carry a cane and why the pharaohs carry a cane too? Because they the same damn deity. Now, let me find some more pictures. Here's a cartoon depiction of Narmer, the pharaoh Narmer. You can see him with his double crown on and his bent scepter in his hand. Here's another picture of the pharaoh Narmer wearing the double crown. And this became the Santa Claus hat. And here's his bent scepter. Here's the same thing. The double crown of Narmer and the bent scepter. We're still being ruled over by this Greco-Egyptian dual rulership. And you can see these people paint their faces black over here because they know that it's a black pope and it's a white pope. But they do this to keep the divisiveness going. Pro-black see this picture and they get mad at this dude right here. And they say he making fun of us and that's racism. And they miss all of this right here. They miss the symbolism. We so lost today that they know they can put this dude up here and paint his face black and that'll throw you off. You won't even see the real issue that you worshiping the damn Pope. That the Pharaoh was the damn Pope. The elite black man and the elite white man know the stuff that I'm telling y'all. They know that the Greeks unified with the Egyptians in 3100, but they never told that to the people, y'all. Back during the time this unification was happening, they was telling the people that it was going to be some good for them. And they started blending these deities together. What happened was the rich got richer and the poor got poor. And it started back then when the first peasants was created, because leading up to that unification, they was raiding the villages. Upper and Lower Egypt are results of raided villages that we had in the pre-dynastic time. The dynasty was built on the rubbish of the old world. Them first male hunters that broke the laws of the matriarch system and went hunting, when they rose to power, see, this what y'all don't realize. Them first male hunters I was telling you about that existed before these Narmer and all of them, that's what led up to Narmer and all of them. They didn't just build these secret societies with Narmer. There was a lot of gender wars and matriarch wars going on that led up to the dynasties. So we left the garden during that time, and now we under the rule of Satan, as the Bible say, or the rule of the man, Hellenistic time. But we leaving that time now. But to make a long story short, them first male hunters, when they got everybody addicted to meat, they control the world with that, just like how they can today. If you want to go eat something, you got to go to a supermarket. That means man control everything. Man is God. Before supermarkets and rulers, when you got hungry, you went to nature. You went to the tree. Now you got to go to man. That's what happened during the pre-dynastic time. When we used to get hungry, we went to the gardeners. We went to our mama. We went to the garden in nature. We was kicked out of the garden with the first male hunters getting everybody addicted to meat. And they told you that we was kicked out of the garden when the woman bit the fruit. But no, we was kicked out of the garden when the man started hunting the animals and broke the woman's rules. Today, when we barbecue, the men barbecue all of the meat and the women deal with all the fruits and the vegetables on the inside of the house prepping. This ain't nothing new. This is our old world remnants showing you the roles of how the males fuck the world up. And I'm a man and I'm telling you, yes, we fucked the world up, man. And we got to get shit back right by putting the woman back on the throne. We're archangels. We got to rise up against these male societies and these secret societies, man, and put these women back where they belong. Because what happened was in pre-dynastic time, those first male hunters got the villages addicted to meat eating. And what happened was when everybody got addicted to meat eating, people was walking by fruits and plants saying, I'm hungry. Just like we do today. Somebody tell you they hungry. If you give them a bowl of grapes, they'll laugh at you. They want a steak and some potatoes, man. So we depended on these type of foods for our living. Now we hunger for meat. So if the world was to crash into a dark age tomorrow, all of us people with this that's craving meat, we wouldn't know how to survive. The vegans will be okay because they'll go out there in the woods and they'll know to pick certain plants. They was eating plants anyway. But all the people addicted to meat, they're going to start eating each other. They're going to go carnivore. This has happened before. We was never intended to eat meat. The first meat eating cultures, I'm giving you the history of it now. They took us out of the Garden of Eden. That was the birth of vampirism. So what am I saying? That when these first male hunters took control over the villages, they was able to starve people because over time we had stopped depending on women gardeners, and now all the villages was dependent on the male hunters. And if these hunters didn't like you, if they didn't like your village, if they didn't like you, then they wouldn't give y'all meat. They'll starve you out. This was the beginning of male rulership, where if you don't work, you don't eat. Prior to this, the only work you had to do was work the ground and work the garden. After this, you got to do work for the Pharaoh for him to throw you a piece of meat. And that's how we live in today. If you don't work, you don't eat. You can't go in that male supermarket and get the food. Prior to this, nature fed us. You didn't have to work to eat. Only thing you had to do was plant the seed. That was the only work. So the saying of you don't work, you don't eat started all the way back here with the first male hunters, which was also the first male secret societies, because they would go out into the woods and have secrets on how they going to take over the villages. Men rose up against the matriarchy. And when they was out there in them woods, they broke the rules by hunting. They snuck meat back into the villages, and they got people addicted to their meat eating and their lifestyle. When they was out there in them woods, they had meetings. They was practicing, they was out there doing homosexual stuff too. Coming back to the villages like ain't nothing happened. All of these pharaohs had wives but they wives knew that they practiced homosexuality and they didn't care. What y'all got to realize is this was normal in Greco-Egyptian society. It was normal for men to be bisexual. In other words, if you go and study the history of bisexuality or homosexuality, it'll take you back into these Greco-Egyptian times. What you will realize is that was the norm. It was normal for a male to go both ways during this time. A woman didn't see nothing wrong with a man having sex with another man. She still would marry that man. In other words, the stuff we look at today, what they trying to make normal, it was already normal back then. They just trying to rebuild their world today. So all of the laws to make the homosexual stuff normal, it's just them trying to rebuild Sodom and Gomorrah or Greece and Egypt. They're trying to rebuild this shit. That's why you got a Memphis right there in Tennessee, and you got a Memphis in Egypt too. You got an obelisk in Egypt. You got the obelisk in D.C. They've been trying to rebuild this evil world for the past thousands of years, and they've been successful at it. Because, I mean, shit, just look at the place. Look at it. So bisexuality wasn't a bad thing during this time. It was okay for a man to go both ways. He still can be married and have a family and still have sex with other men. That was okay during this time. It was nothing. Like today, you would say, oh, that's fucked up. Back then, it was normal. Now, why am I saying this? Because it's also normal today amongst rich people. In other words, there's a society within our society, and it's called Greek laddered societies or secret societies, and they still live like Sodom and Gomorrah in secrecy. And their plan is to take that lifestyle from behind closed doors and push it on the rest of the world. They want to take their little secret society and their little evil lifestyle, their little sick way of living, and they want to force that on the whole world. And they have done that, y'all. They've done that today. Today, look at the stuff that's legal that wouldn't have been legal back in the day. It's because the men that's writing the laws are black Greek members or white secret society members who are here to rebuild Narmer's empire. We're living in the kingdom of Nimrod. So if you look at the Pharaoh here with his double crown on, this represents Narmer. And this bent scepter is the cane that your black Greeks do they stepping with. They call it stepping because that's how the military step off. They march off and they go take over your land. They call it stepping. But back in the day, they really stepped onto your land, and there wasn't no dancing, buddy. It was wartime. So understand this, y'all. America was born in Egypt. You can even see the American flag on the Pharaoh's throne. Watch this. Watch this. Y'all think I'm lying. Y'all think I'm lying. Here's a picture. There's better ones than this. There's better ones than this. Let me find a better one than that for you, so I can prove to y'all that America was founded in 3150 BCE under the Greco-Egyptian unification. You see your American flag? This is where we get our American flag, people. America started under Narmer. Here he is with his double crown on, with his bent scepter. Here he is right here. All right, double crown, bent scepter. I'm going to close this up. This is your Pope today. All right. Here he is right here. That's Osiris. It's Narmer. It's Atum. Here he is right here with his double crown on and his bent scepter. Look at the women. See, women, you were demoted now, women. Women, you no longer on a throne. You anointing the king. Your role has now been demoted, women. You're nothing but concubine. The rappers show you this all the time. I'm going to show y'all some. The video vixen is nothing but the concubine of the rapper. When you see, hold on. When you see the stripper on the pole or the woman on the pole, that's desecration. Women, you were desecrated. And you were turned to the stripper on the pole is, look, watch this. This the serpent goddess, y'all. This the serpent goddess. This is what predates Christianity. This is from the Minoan Empire. This is what Christians abandoned. And they curse Eve in the garden. When they cursed Eve, they was cursing this woman here. You see the serpents on her? The serpent and Eve were the ones cursed in the Bible. They told you the serpent spoke to the woman, and that's how everything got bad. That's a lie. Everything got bad because they abandoned this beautiful religion. This is Mother Goddess worship of fertility. The serpent represent the masculine and feminine, which all come from the womb of the woman. You can see this same concept in ancient African cultures. For example, Mama Amma of the Dogon. Let's go to Mama Amma. All right, here go Mama Amma right here. Instead of two serpents, it's two elephants. All right, but that became Adam and Eve and a serpent in the middle on a tree. What they telling you is that man and woman both come from the womb of woman. So when you see Adam and Eve, when you see Adam and Eve with the tree in the middle, that tree with the serpent on it represents the divine womb, which gave birth to masculine and feminine. Man and woman both come from the womb. But the womb was cursed with this mythology because the serpent was evil and it spoke to the woman, which is the womb, and she became the image of sin. God then kicked them out of the garden and gave Adam rulership over the earth. But that's just mythology. What really happened was the rise of the male patriarchs. And what really happened was the Christians did the same thing that the Egyptians did. They abandoned their old mother goddesses of fertility. They abandoned this stuff. This is pre-dynastic Greece right here. Mother goddess worship of the womb. Here's pre-dynastic Egypt. No, that's not pre-dynastic Egypt. Here go pre-dynastic Egypt right here. Worshiping the mother goddess, the womb. In her hands would have been two serpents. So the Greeks and the Egyptians both worship this great mother. Her hands bent right here is the two serpents. This is pre-dynastic Egypt before the Pharaoh came. This is the same thing as the Christians' serpent goddess with them two serpents. Here she is. So the Egyptians and the Greeks, just like the people in the pre-dynastic world, had a reverence for the womb. We were all worship the womb. So masculine and feminine both comes out of the womb. And that's what this art is telling you. Africans had the same concept of womb worship. So this became cursed with the rise of the first pharaohs. And what happened in the Garden of Eden was the woman and the serpent became cursed, and the man was given rulership over the earth. All right. They cursed the womb and gave Adam the keys of the kingdom. But what you got to realize is this. Who is Adam? Well, Let's go to Adam. Because what y'all don't know is that the biblical Adam is just a copy. So read here, Adam is Atum. He was known by Atum by the Sumerians. So Adam was the first man. And the Sumerians said that Atum or Atum was the first god. But look, this is how they drew him, y'all. He wore a double crown. This Atum god is really Narmer. The first man was the first pharaoh. If you think that God came from heaven and created man from dirt and then made woman from his rib, you're a fool. People have always populated earth. So when you open up the Bible that in the beginning, it's coming from dark ages to the light ages. It's coming from the dark ages that Greece and Egypt was in, and they came out of their dark ages with the rise of the first man. Let there be light. Adam was created, the woman was cursed, and Adam was given the powers of over the earth. And now we ruled over by Adam or Atum or the Pope, the male rulership, patriarchy. This ought to make y'all mad. You see it say Adam was the first God to exist on earth because this is Ptolemy. Everyone know that Ptolemy was supposedly a Greek invader. Well, what the hell he doing with a double crown on? You know why? Because Ptolemy is Narmer. And this is what the Black Boule and the secret society's job is to do. Is to teach all of these Kemetic black hotepers that you so special because you started civilization and you come from Africa, and they credit all of this to Narmer. But when you go to researching who Narmer is, you'll see Narmer ain't nobody but Ptolemy. These black Greeks, y'all need to start setting them on fire. They deceiving y'all. They got y'all still worshiping this damn invader, telling you that it's a black man, when it was a black man and a white man. It's just the way America is today. So you see that Narmer is man, he is Pan, he became Atum. Let's move on. You see here, women, you see that that you got one woman wearing the crown of Upper Egypt, one wearing of Lower Egypt, and both of them giving their powers to the man. This was the end of matriarchy, and you had females supporting this system too, so don't get it twisted. The whole time we've been moving from patriarchy, I'm going to say from matriarchy to patriarchy, it's been gender wars. There have been females who want the male to rule over them. There's been females who saying, no, we're the rulers. So it's not, when I say gender wars, it don't mean that a bunch of females was fighting a bunch of males. It meant that these was different armies and they was having wars based on matriarchal religions and patriarchal religions. That's all gender war means. It means the war between patriarchal ideologies and matriarchal ideologies. The first wars ever fought on earth was gender wars. Wars between the ideology of rulership. And I just explained to you how we left sovereignty and become civilians today under these pharaohs. The woman was desecrated. And like I said, when those first male hunters got the villages addicted to meat, you had a lot of women fighting to be ruled over. So I want you to get that in your head. It ain't like women was going against it. Women was addicted to meat too. They was loving these hunters. Women at this time was helping. In other words, women, you played a role in your own demotion. When the first male hunters got everyone hooked on the meat eating and vampirism, they was able to get the women to play a part in their own demotion, because now they got something that we all was hooked on, which is the meat. So understand how meat eating play a role in us being kicked out of the Garden of Eden and the first Exodus, where the center moved from the center of the earth to Africa. When we moved from Eden to Africa, what happened was diversity came to Africa since its original conceptions. What I mean is this: Africa is one of the most diverse continents on earth. It has all of the colors of people there, all of the different animals there. It's so diverse. That's because that was the first continent we concentrated on when we migrated out of Eden. All of the animals left with us. Just like the Bible say, but only it wasn't the woman's fault. When we left Eden, everyone concentrated in Africa and in other parts or what we call these 7 continents. So everyone left Eden and went and populated these 7 continents, but the population on these continents was always mixed people. When we left Eden, there were races, there were Asian people, black people, white people, because the Creator created diversity, not evolution. In other words, when the Creator created humans, the Creator created us the way we are today, all of this diversity. If you disagree with that, the only other option would be Darwin's theory of evolution that said everyone come from black people, and then over time, all of these races evolve from us. But everyone know that can be easily debunked. That's not true. It's not that simple. The Most High created diversity in Eden, and that diversity spread it out among the 7 continents. And there were just people of these different quote unquote races who concentrated more in certain areas. So I can imagine, and I'm imagining this because I wasn't there, but that when this diversity was created, that when everything migrated from the center, it was a 360-degree ripple effect of migration, where the seed of humanity started populating the earth outward from the center in all degrees. So it wasn't like we went to one continent only and we populated one continent at a time and then it worked its way to each continent. No. Every continent was being populated by mixed people simultaneously as we spread out from the center. That right there make most sense and explain our reality more than the Darwin and out of Africa theory. Because to this day, we still see mixed people on every continent. On every continent, there's a person of every race there. There's more concentrations of this sort of person on that continent than the other one, based upon different settlements being made after that first migration from Eden. Why Africa is so diverse? Because when we migrated from Eden, the most diversity concentrated there, meaning that all types of races, all type of animals chose to concentrate in Africa. That became the second world center, or the second motherland. The first one was Eden. But Atum is the first God to exist because he represents the new beginning, or the new world order, or the beginning of the Bible. There's 2 testaments because the male has 2 testes. All right. And you had 2 pharaohs. You had the black pharaoh and the white pharaoh, the Greek pharaoh and the Egyptian pharaoh. That's why you got 2 testaments in the Bible. That's why you got the whole thing about Atum being the first God on earth. It's because this earth they speaking of has nothing to do with the ground you walk on. This earth they speaking of is the new world order that was created after that unification. He was the first male ruler, or the first sun to rise after that unification. So Atum is the first god or the first solar deity, which is equivalent to the first pope or male ruler in the flesh. He's the rising sun. Remember that the S-U-N is the S-O-N. Prior to the rising sun, the womb ruled the masses. The womb ruled the masses, not the sun. We've been blinded by the rays of the sun for the past thousands of years, and now it's time for us to close our eyes so we can see again. Yes, I said that on purpose. I said close your eyes so you can see again. People, don't you know you see better with your eyes closed than with them open? When you go into deep thought, you see, you can see in the darkness and you can see in the light, but you can see better in the dark. So understand what I'm teaching you here. Genesis, let there be light, was Greece and Egypt coming from dark ages into the first ruler or the first solar deity. The rising, the sun and the king have two things in common. Both of them rise to power. Kings rise and sons rise because the king is the son. He come from the womb of the woman. He's the son, the S-O-N, and he but rises to power and sets up his kingdom. And that's how we begin to be ruled by the sun, or sun-centered ruling and sun-centered ideologies, which is chaotic. The male do not leave the womb to rule over the womb. You can't rule over the womb. The evil men that rule our world, they have an anti-womb mentality. They don't like life. They're all about population control. They're all about desecrating the woman because they're all about controlling things. They want to control how many souls is reincarnated into this realm by tying the tubes of the woman, putting her on birth control. When you close the womb, you close the tomb. Jesus being resurrected in the tomb is just ancient reincarnation given to you again by patriarchs. The womb is the tomb. When you're placed in the ground, you go into darkness and you go back into the darkness of your future mama. You're being placed into the womb of your next mama. Energy can't cease to exist. We always come in and out of existence through the womb of a woman. They changed that when they cursed the woman in Genesis. They changed the genealogy or the genes of Isis, because Genesis is the genes of Isis, or the genie system, the genie sisters. The sister is the S-I-S, the sisters, the women. So Genesis is the genes of the sisters or the woman, which holds the mitochondrial DNA. And it shows you how we went from that to now the males ruling. In the book of Genesis, the woman is cursed and Adam is given the power. That's how we went from matriarchy to patriarchy. From the Greco-Egyptian dark ages into this new world order that we in today. So the Sumerians say that Atum was the first god because he's equivalent to Narmer. That's why he wear the double crown. Now let's keep it moving. Here is also Ptolemy with the double crown. We know that the Ptolemies were Hellenists and were instrumental in giving us the globe and Christianity. But they didn't do it alone. The Greek pharaohs learned from the Egyptian pharaohs and vice versa, just like they do today. Just like you got black men like Neil deGrasse Tyson promoting heliocentrism to you, and right along with him, you got Bill Nye doing it. They black and white men teaching you the same thing. Just like you go to church to learn about Jesus, when you think you conscious and you lead a church to go and know thyself, the black secret society members got you worshiping Narmer. You never leave the church when you become a Hotepa family. It's just another form of slavery. And I hate to break y'all hearts, but my heart was broken too. There is no way out of this matrix until you get rid of all these identities and be who you were born to be. When you get caught up in all these communities, you become a Moor, you put a fez on. You become a Hebrew Israelite, you put on a damn robe on looking like you just hopped off a damn Bible movie. You become all of these different things and you lose who you really are. All of these are systems of control that keep you from knowing who you really are. The black conscious community is doing to black people the same thing what the church doing. The Christian pastor is the same as your black leaders and black teachers. They both selling you the original sun god Atum. They both selling you Ptolemy. Ptolemy is Narmer. Ptolemy is Atum. And whether you get it from the Greeks or the Egyptians, they still leading you to the same deity. All roads lead to Rome. All roads lead to Egypt. All roads lead to Ptolemy and Narmer. So when you see Ptolemy here wearing the double crown, and you see this black pharaoh wearing it, don't get confused. There was a dual rulership, and the Egyptian pharaohs did not write the white pharaohs in their history books and vice versa. That's why when you go to Egypt today, the tours are divided up amongst races. No black person who ever went to Egypt went with a white tour guide. Y'all ought to find that strange. That mostly every black person that ever went to Kemet, there was some black secret society member over the tour. I've been looking and looking for Egyptian tours to go on that's non-biased, and I can't find any, y'all. I've been doing my research. Go online, put in Egyptian tours. All of the companies that's over these Egyptian tours are secret. They funded and sponsored by secret societies, Greek-lettered organizations, and they're there to control the knowledge and to tell you what you see when you get there so that you don't figure out the truth. So when blacks go to Egypt, they never show them Ptolemy with the double crown. Most of these hotepas that go to Kemet and come back and think they so special, they don't know that those black tour guides is part of Greek societies like Jabari. Jabari is another one. Him and his wife do Kemetic tours every year. I'm going to start calling them out in these series. I'm going to show y'all the history of this deception, how they've been controlling this shit. The white people go to Kemet to learn the white side, and the black people go with the black tour guides, and all of these tour guides is part of the same secret society. They don't want to tell you that the Greeks and the Egyptians unified and that we still under that unification today. They want to make it like it was always opposition. That's where you get the pro-black community beefing with the white community from. Because the two people at the top of these communities are the black Greeks and the white Greeks who gate guards. They want to keep the people beefing because the moment we all find out that we was betrayed, the end of their rule is over. The end of the Boule and the big black and white secret societies over us, it ends the moment we find out what happened in Egypt. You got to keep something in mind. These black hotepas and pro-blacks will tell you that black people are so special. They'll tell you that Pharaoh Narmer was the first pharaoh and he's so special. They'll tell you how African he is, but they won't explain to you how this first African pharaoh get a Greek name. You ever thought about that? How is this an African pharaoh with a Greek name? We call him Narmer, Menes. I thought African names was stuff like Akhenaten, Sneferu. You see? Think about it. All these other pharaohs got African names, Thutmose, Akhenaten. You can go and look inside of their tombs and see their bodies. But the first pharaoh of all the pharaohs, the father of all the pharaohs, got a Greek name, and you can't find his body in his tomb nowhere. You find different versions of Narmer being Ptolemy, Nimrod, Pan, and all of these different gods, because guess what? Where else do we see that happening at? In the Christian church. Think about it. They tell you Jesus was a Jew, but he got a Greek name too. Y'all got to understand that the Greeks was writing history during this time, and everything you know about Narmer come from the Greek historian Manetho, which was a big deceiver. So we got a lot to learn. So Jesus can't nobody find his body neither. You got to believe that Jesus existed and he was so great. Just like what the Black Hotep deceivers doing to y'all. They can't show you Narmer body. He's supposed to be the first pharaoh, and he got a Greek name, and you can't find his tomb. But he was the first pharaoh and the most important one. But you got to believe in him just like Jesus. I'm trying to tell y'all now. The beginning of Narmer's rule starts at 1 AD. AD mean Anno Domini, the year of our Lord, not after death. Anno Domini mean Jesus would have been walking the earth during the time of Narmer. Since there are no records that show that he was, and there are only records that show that the Ptolemies and that the double crown was ruling the earth at this time, it's showing you that Jesus, as well as all of these other sun gods, are nothing but personifications of the first male rulers. You can't find none of their bodies, because if they show you the real bodies, then they're going to be telling you the truth. If they go and show you the damn black pharaohs buried right next to the white pharaohs ruling over the peasants together, then the peasants gonna get mad. The black people gonna get mad. The white people gonna get mad. We're gonna say, hold up now. You mean to tell me all of these rich people ruling over us in unity together? Yes, while telling you to hate one another. So Narmer is nothing but the first sun god. And that sun god is nothing but the landlords who was ruling at that time, people. So you see Narmer here with the double crown on, and you see Ptolemy here with the double crown on. This is what it looked like. This became your Santa Claus hat. This is the hat that Santa Claus wear. This is the hat that the shamans wear. Let me give y'all some knowledge here. We ain't done yet. Look at this. Look here. You see the colors? Red and white. I'm going to get to that in a minute. These are Asian shamans who have some of the oldest belief systems on earth. And even their belief systems got them worshiping Narmer. I'm trying to show y'all how deep and rooted and how old the New World Order sun worship system is. Even when you go to some of the oldest religious systems on earth, the shamans, they even worship in Narmer. So I'm telling y'all, in order for you to free yourself, you got to go all the way back to pre-dynastic time, before the male rulers, and go back to the worship of the womb of the woman. Look at his hat. This hat is the double crown of Narmer. It's just another version, but this the Santa Claus hat. Look at the colors that they wear, red and white. This is the color of the Amanita muscaria mushroom, which we know is a spiritual plant. Now, I did a video on this mushroom. All of the ancients revealed this, but this is a whole nother subject. I don't want to get into this mushroom. I just want you to know that the color of that mushroom, red and white, is how you even get the colors of the two crowns of Egypt. All right. White symbolizes virginity and renewal, purity. Red symbolizes fertility or menstruation. Remember that. All right. That's why the Amanita muscaria is also sacred in a lot of religions. Also, it shapes like the cosmos. I did a video on that mushroom. I think y'all need to go and check it out because the concept of the toadstool is an ancient concept. Check out my video on the mushroom mythology. It has a picture of Mario high as hell on the thumbnail. I think y'all gonna enjoy that one. So keep this in mind that this double crown is what the Pope rule us under today, but it has morphed. It's now a triple crown. All right. Okay. It's the triple crown because the NWO has been created. The Trinity symbolizes completion. It's 3 tiers of power when we talk about world empires. And they had to unite each tier. The first unification, the first tier that was united was Greece and Egypt. That brought us to the double crown. After that, they only had one last tier to unite. And that's what led the Crusades. The people that left up out of the Greco-Egyptian Egypt at that time was a dual military, a Greco-Egyptian military. We call it America today. What they did after this unification was took this religion of Narmer and forced it on the whole earth. Now today everybody worship Narmer, which is just the current pope and the previous rulers. So that's what came out of that unification of Greco-Egypt. A new way of thinking that spread itself among the whole world, and we still stuck in this evil system today. So keep that double crown in mind and understand that the final unification was in our time was the UN treaty. But the double crown became a triple crown before the UN treaty. So this triple crown, you can go do your research on it. Santos Bonacci talk about it. He do a good job on it. He show you what world powers united and how they get this triple crown. But the triple crown first appeared in 1800 BC, which was about 1500 years after Narmer. So Narmer's rule started at 30, let's just say 3100 BC. And when we count time down, okay, we're in BC and we count time down. So you go from 3100 to 3000 to 2900 to 2800, all the way down to 1800 BC. So understand that when we're in the BC time, when we moving up in time, we're counting down on the calendar. It can be confusing. Then when you make your way all the way down to 1 BC, 1 AD begins. That's called year 0. That's the birth of Christ. That's the beginning of the Julian calendar. So 1 AD and 1 BC is the same day because 1 BC got turned into 1 AD because before Christ now became AD or Anno Domini, meaning now Christ is born and walking the earth. So we went all the way down from the birth of Christ being Narmer in 3100 BC and worked our way all the way down to 1 BC where we had a time split and we started counting time upwards all the way up to today. We are in 2017. All right. So that day 1 is a New Testament or a new king or the birth of Christ. But prior to Christ, you had Zeus, Serapis, and all of these old rulers that he come from. Narmer was one of them. So your New Testament was the third unification in Babylon. Babylon is associated with Jesus in Revelation for these reasons. When you hear mystery Babylon, I'm giving you the mystery now that Christ is a Babylonian God and that the Babylonians were under the New World Order of Narmer. The Babylonians was under a double crown. That double crown became a triple crown in Babylon. That was the whole Tower of Babel when they talk about all of these people coming together to praise that God and build a tower to the sky. Yes. You had a melting pot in Babylon that come from the melting pot in Egypt. The first one was in Egypt. Well, there's always been a melting pot because even in the beginning in Eden, the Creator created diversity. So there's always been mixed people on all of these lands. And you had a melting pot in Babylon, man. That's how you get the Tower of Babel story of them telling you all of these people had these languages that was the same, but in Babylon, God cursed them and made them speak different languages. That's a lie. People been speaking these different languages ever since these cultures was created. All right, I'll be doing that in the future, getting on the language, history of language. But the Babylon, what they trying to tell you is that what happened in Babylon was more control. If you look at this triple crown that happened in Babylon, that was the third step of the New World Order, which led up to our day. The final step would have been the UN Treaty. But the UN Treaty is still part of this third step. It took them from 1800 BC all the way up to the UN Treaty to solidify this whole thing. And now we're seeing the end of it. So y'all need to understand how deep this stuff is. This triple crown that you see is what we're under today at the current moment. And today, all of the popes wear a hat that looks similar to the double crown to give reverence to the double crown and the triple crown. This became the headdress of the Dagon. All right. If you look at Dagon's headdress here, it's the same at the Pope wearing. That's the double crown, the triple crown. Okay. So there's so much that I was saying that I want to go back and reiterate on this Nike. Nike is Dagon. So all of you black folks who like to wear Nikes, that check mark is this god Dagon. It's also, when you talk about Narmer, they call Narmer the Scorpion King. So this first sun god who I'm telling you about, Narmer, he was called a Scorpion King, and his symbol was a scorpion. The reason his symbol was a scorpion, because that scorpion was a goddess. Her name was Serket. This was the goddess who ruled with Narmer. This is not a primordial goddess, because during this time, the goddesses was demoted behind the sun deities. So she accompanied Narmer, whereas in the ancient world, we came through the womb of the goddesses and we couldn't rule without coming through them. What happened with Narmer is after man come through the womb, he then rule over the womb and rule over his mother, which is backwards. So this god Dagon is also Serket. Another way you can learn how to sync these deities together is by sacred geometry. You look at the shape of a deity, and 9 times out of 10, any other deity that's assuming that shape represents the same concept. So sacred geometry is important when you decoding the truth. So you see that he shapes like a L, and he represents the god El. He also represents Serket. All right? Because what you got to realize is this. The Greek equivalent of Serket would be, let me show you. Here, this is the Nike, Greek goddess Nike. Let's pull out her. All right. This is the Greek goddess Nike. The winged victory of the Greek goddess Nike. Okay? I want y'all to lock this in your head and keep in mind what I told you about the shape. Look at her shape. It's the same shape as Dagon. She represents the victory of the Greco-Egyptian pharaohs over the masses. The victory of the male patriarchy over the female matriarchy. Again, here's the goddess Serket. You can see that she is the scorpion who accompanied Narmer. So this scorpion king was accompanied by this goddess here, who became the Nike goddess of Samothrace. This is also Dagon. This is Nike. So now that we got that out the way, let's go to something else. Again, here is Krishna wearing the double crown and playing the flute of Pan. All of these deities do the same thing because they're the same God. Look at Krishna with that double crown on playing that flute, and keep that in mind. That double crown became double horns. So another way you can wear a double crown is by putting on horns. You see Pan wearing the double crown, playing the flute. Hold up a minute. You see Krishna doing the same. Let me get my stuff together real quick. And like I said, these black Greeks carry a bent scepter or canes that the pharaoh carried. So here go Pan. His 2 horns represent the double crown. Keep that in mind, guys. The horns also represent the double crown. So you see Pan or Narmer with the double crown, with the flute and the bent scepter. All sun gods are over music because music is male dominated. Music is control over vibration. So anytime a male god rises to power, he have to control arts and music because those are tools of war. So the music change when the deity change. It even sound different. That's why when you go over here to Hindu, their music don't sound the same as American music. Each god is a frequency of that ruler, and they control all areas of your life. Music is one of the most important ones. So you'll notice a lot of solar gods or a lot of these gods that represent Narmer, they also control music or sound vibration. That's the spoken word. That's the president. See, you don't have to be necessarily a rapper to fall under the category of sound vibration. Donald Trump is a musician. When he go out there and talk all of his crap, he got the world dancing to his tune. So it's just the gift of gab. It ain't necessarily you being a rapper or a singer. Music is sound, period. And the man ruled based on him rising his voice up like Hitler, and what he says out of his mouth control the people. So that's music. You're dancing to the tune of democracy. You're dancing to the tune of New World Order agenda. You're dancing to the tune of capitalism, and there's a dialogue for that. There's a song for that, or a script. So y'all need to know how deep this is. Pan is also the Sphinx, and we're going to talk more about that before I get out of here. You see him here with the flute and the double crown. You see Krishna with the flute and the double crown. These are all the same deity. They got to make it different for different people. All right, but everybody worshiping the same doggone evil beast, Narmer Nimrod, Ptolemy, which was a dual rulership of the Greeks and the Egyptians. They got us all caught up and tangled up into this crap. So all fraternities got a crest because they represent a family. They are family. Now, the job of the fraternity is to maintain its family and its brotherhood while destroying your family. So they are taking an oath to break up the family, to break up the household, to divide the people, black versus white, give you fake history, while at the same time strengthening their family, strengthening their brotherhood. So when I say secret society, I'm talking about people who turned on their own mama, people who turned on their own brother for a spot in this damn society. Their job is to perpetuate chaos, ignorance, dumbing you down so you never know the truth. And the symbol of the boule is Narmer, the Sphinx. So when I told you earlier we would be getting back to the Sphinx, I told you Narmer is the Sphinx. Now I'm going to tie all of this in together. Here's your first pharaoh, Narmer, as the Sphinx. Again, they deify their rulers. But do you know the mystery of the Sphinx? All right, because you know the Sphinx comes with a riddle or a mystery. Just like Victoria. Victoria has a secret. Remember Victoria's Secret? What a riddle of the Sphinx is Victoria's secret. Remember, Victoria is victory. The riddle of the Sphinx is Victoria's secret, meaning that all of these deities is Nimrod. The Sphinx, the winged Nike, Dagon, Serket, riddle me this, riddle me that. What's the mystery? That everyone in the world is still worshiping Nimrod, the first male rulers. So now you get the riddle of the Sphinx. This is Narmer. The Sphinx is a very important symbol amongst Kemetic pro-blacks and Hoteppers, but they don't realize that the Sphinx is also the symbol of the boule. This is Sigma Pi Phi, known as the boule. And their symbol is the Sphinx holding an urn. And what you got to pay attention to this, because everything I just taught you, you see in this symbol. You see the Sphinx representing Narmer. You see the wing of Nike. This is the wings of the Greek god Nike. This is the victory of that Greco-Egyptian rulership. And they've been tracing their heritage down through the centuries. The boule is the most exclusive black secret society on earth. Only 5,000 members worldwide, and they control all of the affairs of black people on every continent. This is an international society. So there are Boule members on every continent who controlling they black Negroes on every continent. This is what you call the house Negro. He keeps the secret of master. Remember that the house Negro lives inside of master's house, so he know the blueprint. He can go back out there and tell the rest of the slaves the layout of the house and where master keep all of his guns. So remember that the house Negro is a very trusted Negro by master, and that he is not going to tell the secrets if it even cost him his life. He will die before he break his oath. He will die before he let you thrive. He will die before he allow you peasants to get to where he at. In order for there to be rich people, there have to always be poor people. If you got an entire earth full of rich people, well, that ain't rich people. That's just normal. If everybody was rich, it wouldn't be rich. It'll just be normal. What make the rich people rich is because it's poor people. If everybody was rich, then when I saw you driving down the street in your Rolls Royce, it'll be normal. But what makes the rich is that there's poor people there to worship their riches, to marvel at their riches. Can you imagine if a rich man spent millions of dollars on a damn Rolls Royce to ride it through the hood, and when he rode it through the hood, the poor people didn't even acknowledge him? His riches wouldn't mean nothing then. They need someone to be in awe of their riches, to validate their riches. And that's where me and you come in at. You were born to validate the rich, to stroke their ego, and to be controlled as a peasant by these elite men. So what do Boule members call themselves? Archons. Yes, each and every last one of these men are called archons. The Boule call themselves, when you become a Boule member, they don't say you're a brother. They say you're now an archon. So all of this talk that y'all hear about archons running the world, look, if you go to Google and put in archon, let me show y'all this. Look what you'll get. A bunch of deception. If you go to Google and put in archon, they're going to show you a bunch of ugly little creatures, and they tell you this who run the world. But the secret is they'll never let you know who your real enemy is. They're going to always give you some mythological red dragon, some devil, some little monster that you can't touch, that you can't see, while you walking right by the real devil every day. These are the real archons. These are the black men that control everything in black affairs. And you have your white members too. But these are the people that's over the black people, because they got it separated. Like I told you, like they do the Egyptian tours. They have to separate it to keep us divided. These are the real archons. This is why all of you pro-blacks will never get liberation, because that white man you bitching and complaining about, you can't make it to him, because here go his gate guards. You got to make it through them first. If you can't make it through the archons, how can you ever make it to your enemy? You'll never make it to your enemy, because if you don't know that these are the real archons and somebody got you, look at here. If you don't know that these men right here are the real archons, and they got you looking for these kind of archons, you'll never find the archons, because these little monsters right here in front of you, they don't exist. What really exists, who run the world, is who I'm telling you. These are the archons, and they even call themselves archons. The word archon can be changed around to say anchor as well. All of your anchors, your news media anchors and all of them, they're part of the secret society. They are archons too. So when you look at the symbol of the boule, you see that they got an urn right here. This urn has all of the ashes of all of the previous solar deities, Norma, Ptolemy, all of the Greco-Egyptian rulers, including the popes of our time. This is what this urn represent. The ashes of all their previous rulers, starting with Norma or Pan. All right. This Sphinx is Norma. The wings is Nike. And we can keep on going from there, getting into some more about this deception. So understand that Kemeticism is a religion that is not your true religion. That comes from you, from deceivers. And when you accept it, you accept the fact that you were a monkey and that the creator wasn't smart enough to create diversity. We have to wake up, quit hating the white man, quit hating the black man. And look, y'all, let's start hating the lying man. Because the lying man is black and white, Asian and Middle Eastern, and all of them on the same team, lying to all of us, keeping a secret. While they got you hating the white man and got him hating the black man, nobody is hating the lying man. We need to be hating the goddamn liars, not each other, because the black man living a lie and the white man living a lie based upon these deceivers. So let's stop hating each other and let's start hating the lie, because when we start hating the lie, we can get to the truth, and that's what's gonna free us. Black motherfucking power. Knowledge is power. I'm gonna take a break on that note, and I'm gonna come back in 1 minute and close this thing out. I love y'all. Give me 1 minute. Okay, people, thank y'all. You know I wasn't going to keep you waiting long. I thank y'all for being patient, staying with me, and allowing me to take these little breaks, because I know we can be impatient. I'm going to wrap this thing up, but the last part of this is going to be very important to drive it all home. So keep in mind everything that we just said. All right. We said we said that the double crown was introduced in 3100, 3000 BCE roughly. It happened at Memphis. All right. We have a Memphis here in America because the people on this land are paying reverence to this unification. America was born out of this unification. There's no reason you should be finding a big influence of Greek and Egyptian culture on this land if it happened the way they say. But the colonialists first came up out of the Greco-Egyptian state. Those were the first people to leave there and start colonizing people with this Greco-Egyptian mentality that we're under today. The Black Greek is not nothing new. But what I want to point out to y'all is, keep this in mind. Keep in mind all the symbolism I've been showing y'all of this double crown and then the cane, the bent scepter. Keep that in mind. Double crown, bent scepter. Now let's go to some pro-black teachers and show you the deception. This is Malachi York. He was the founder of the Nuwaubian Nation. And what you don't realize is that the Nuwaubian Nation was founded by Alpha Phi Alpha members, Freemasons. All of these black movements was founded by men who are part of the agenda. They are there to create different schools of thought to muddy the waters and to keep you from ever getting back past the first Pharaoh. And you got to get past Narmer to go back to the goddesses to learn the truth on how we left Eden. You got to get out of this Pharaoh worship. The people who got y'all worshiping pharaohs, they Freemasons who know exactly what I'm talking about and know exactly what's going on. I'm finna talk about young Pharaoh in a minute. So wait a minute. So when he's wearing a double crown here. Oh, I'm sorry. Shout out to Dane 302. Thank you for that donation. Let me throw you a wrench. Black power. So look at here, guys. He's wearing a double crown of Narmer. And he got his cane in his hand. All right. And I've been pointing this out to you the whole video of the double crown and the cane. So just replay this video as many times as you need to. All right. But I'm showing you how, I'm showing you how even in the Black conscious community, the Black Greeks have infiltrated consciousness movements and got y'all still worshiping the Pope. Malachi is personifying the Pope. So everyone who gives energy to Malachi, you're serving the Pope. All of these puppets like Malachi are nothing but messengers. They have to embody that which they want you to worship. And this happened back in Egypt when they had the Black Pope, I would say the Black Pharaoh and the White Pharaoh. It go back to what I was showing y'all. You can't find a consistent image of what this Narmer guy looked like because there was more than one Pharaoh. I think there was a couple of pharaohs ruling the earth during that time, more than just two. It could have been 15 different pharaohs and all on was different colors. They was ruling over amidst Egypt. Egypt was like America with all of these different people of all races. And you had different rulers of all races wearing this damn double crown, what you see Malachi with. This was the first beginning of the powers versus the people, or the New World Order, where the people at the top unified to keep their shit going and to keep us poor. Why else would the damn major empires unify? Why? To keep their fucking power going. You're the damn enemy, not them. It was always the peasants versus the powers. And it's still like that today. So these black men that's running all of these communities like Jabari, Malachi York, and taking all of these black people over to Egypt, they corrupting them. These guys, Jabari is an admitted A5A member. He admitted that he's a member of A5A. And y'all still trust this guy. 1 minute he wearing a dashiki telling you to hate white folks. Next minute he got a suit on politicking with white folks. Don't y'all know that it's white members of A5A? That white members can join all black fraternities too? Yes, I'm going to be getting into that. So the pro-blacks that's telling you to hate white folks, they in secret brotherhoods with them. I want to show and prove. Y'all gonna think I'm lying. You got white people in Greek-lettered organizations. So Colin Kaepernick is mixed. We know the Kappas played a big role in the civil rights movement. Black Deltas, all of these white folks you see here, they in black Greek-lettered organizations. So this is what they ain't telling y'all, that Bill Clinton was a Sigma. Yes, Bill Clinton was a member of Sigma Phi Beta, I think they call it, yeah. So understand that white members have been in these societies for a long time. Here go another white Sigma. And if you don't know who Sigmas is, Terrence Howard is a Sigma. You see their hands? They do the horn goat sign. That's Pan. That's the horns of Pan. That's the horn goat sign. Now, Sigmas are very important. They wear blue and white, and their role as Sigmas is a very important role. These black Greeks, man, they won't tell y'all the truth. They're gonna keep ruling over you. It's for them to stay in power, you to stay powerless. Now, the role of the Sigmas is very important. The Sigmas control all of they're responsible for putting your people in office. So most of your presidents are Sigmas. Each black Greek letter organization control a different faction of society. For example, the Omegas control sports. The Omegas, Phi Psi, and all of them, the Q Dogs, they control sports. Most of your athletes, NBA, NFL players are Q Dogs. Most of your Kappas are pretty boys. Most of your Kappas, they are just businessmen, lawyers, and all of this, doctors, and all of that. The A5As make up 95% of all black lawyers on earth. So they have the law enforcement on lock. Keep that in mind because I'm going to blow y'all away. Your Sigmas represent the political, the black congressional caucus, the black people that's in politics. So Bill Clinton, they said he was a black president, but they was telling you that because he's a Sigma. He's in a black Greek organization. So is Terrence Howard. Why the hell is the actor Terrence Howard in the same secret society as a fucking president? Because they control all factions of life. The president ain't nothing but an actor himself. That's what you got to realize. This is a big show. So he throwing up Sigma because Bill Clinton is a Sigma. Most of all your presidents are Sigmas. The Sigmas control politics. They throw up the horned goat sign. See, you see Barack Obama throwing up Sigma. And I just showed y'all that the Sigmas is the boule. See, there's two Sigmas. You got your collegiate level, which is Sigma Phi Beta. And then you got Sigma Pi Phi, which is the boule. And both of those Sigmas work together. All Sigmas work together. Now, I'm going to get into the history of all these black fraternities and Greek letter organizations, showing you the roles of them in detail and being very thorough, so don't worry. If you read this, it'll let you know that Steve Coakley pointed this out. Rest in peace, Steve Coakley. They killed him for telling you the stuff that I'm telling you, and I'm telling you now they will be coming for me soon. I just hope before they kill me, I get to say all of the shit that I need to say first and get this out of me. And because then y'all will keep the messages going. But yeah, they kill you for this stuff. See, it's one thing to make videos about secret societies. It's another thing to do what me and Steve Coakley doing, which is expose their secret. That's when they get mad. So if you reading this, you can see that, like I said, everybody is members, man. Everybody was a member of this stuff, brother. Now, this dude was a Sigma as well. And who is he? He's the first African American to be the head of a hospital in the U.S. That's very powerful, people. All right. You think they chose him because they like him? No, because he's a house nigga. Look at this. He's a Sigma. So they had to recreate the house Negro out the slavery. And that's when you had the black Greek. Now the black Greeks run black consciousness, and they telling you that the house nigga is cats like me who is exposing them. So they changing the narrative. Everybody you see on this collage is a Freemason. And there's so many Sigmas. Some people be telling you, hey man, he throwing up the devil sign of the Illuminati. No, he ain't. He throwing up Sigma. You'll see the Pope doing it too. What they're throwing up is Sigma. But what that really is Pan, not the devil. I just showed y'all who Pan was. He existed before the devil. This is the horns. Remember that the first black secret society or Greek organization was the Boule, and that they are sigmas. The sign for sigma is the horns of Pan. So when you see people throwing up them horns like this, they paying reverence to the Boule. Yes, the Pope do pay reverence to the Boule. He let them know y'all doing a good job. I appreciate y'all. You'll see him throwing up other signs too. People think that the Pope throwing up 666. Nope, he throwing up Kappa. Remember, all of these hand signs come from the Greeks. The Pope is a Greek ruler, a Greco-Egyptian ruler. This is not 666. 666 is the number of the goddess, but we'll get into that later. This is Kappa. So all of this stuff that you go on YouTube and look at these videos and folks be like, look at that, the Pope throwing up the sign of the devil and the Pope doing this, and look, ooh, he throwing up the sign of the devil. They don't know what they talking about. All of this got something to do with Greek letter organizations. The horns represent Sigma. I just showed you that. Here's the horn god Nkami. And this is how you throw up Sigma, because Sigma was the first black Greek letter organization. Don't you understand how important the Sigmas are to the New World Order? And like I said, yep, they all gay. They all be kissing in the mouth like Baby and Lil Wayne. They learning it from somewhere. But what you need to pay attention to is this scepter. Look at this scepter. What does this scepter show you? It's a rod with two serpents on each side. You know why the Pope carrying that? Let me show you something. Keep that locked in your mind. See, I know my stuff, y'all. I know my stuff. I wouldn't waste your damn time. She is the pole. Each serpent is a scale. This is nothing but Ma'at. This is pre-dynastic Greece when they was on the right track. This is matriarchal Greece before they turned this right here into the tree of life and then cursed it with Eve in the garden and the snake. They abandoned their matriarchal concepts, and the Egyptians did the same, and now we all in trouble until we get back up under the Great Mother. So you see what we abandoned here, what the Pope's cursed, and he's showing you this shit right in your face. Here she go. She is the scepter. Each serpent is masculine, feminine, left scale, right scale. She is the pole, not the polarity. Ma'at has two scales, left and right, but she is not neither. She's not the polarity. She's the pole that gives birth to the polarity. The center gives birth to left and right. Because you got center, you got left and right, or vice versa. So when yin meets yang, you get serpent in the middle. Now let me move on, because I'm still on my black Greeks. I didn't mean to get off subject with that. I'm about to wrap this up. Remember that horn sign that you see them doing represents the god Pan. And that Pan is the Baphomet, the god of all secret societies and all black Greek letter organizations, and represents the first rulers on earth, Narmer, Ptolemy, and all of them. The devil is an extension of Pan. But the devil you get today in Christianity don't have the same myth as Pan, so it can be confusing. What I'm going to do, I'll do a video in the future and show y'all how all of this confusion happened and how you simplify it. Don't worry. When you understand that, okay, I don't want to get off subject. I keep having brain farts. So all of these elite men, their god is Pan or Narmer or Ptolemy or the double crown that gave birth to their empire. So the Sphinx is another symbol, the Nike, the scorpion, the circuit. All of this is symbol of the elite or the unification of Norma. Now, let's get deeper before we move on, before we close out, because I keep telling you that all of these societies are under Pan, and Pan is just Norma. Now, since we know that, let's pull up the Pan-Hellenic Council. See, all of this stuff I'm telling you is Hellenistic ideologies or Greco-Egyptian ideologies or the primordial patriarchal origins, the ideology of the original patriarchs that rule the world today. Pan-Hellenic means Norma society or Norma patriarch, or the Pharaoh's kingdom translates to the patriarchy of Nimrod. That can also be said as Pan-Hellenism. Pan is the god, and Hellenism is the culture that gave birth to this Western world. So all of the Black Greek letter organizations are under the National Pan-Hellenic Conference. Your A-Phi-A's, your Sigmas, your Omegas, and they control the world. They are over black people. Their job is to keep their people in check. And you got different conferences for different people. So if you born in Asia, when you get in college, you can join their Pan-Hellenic Conference. It's probably called a different name, but what you will be joining is a Greek society in Asia that has taken the oath to keep their people in check. So there's a secret society, meaning a society of people that rule our society from the background. And on every continent, when you make yourself into college, that's when you get initiated at your collegiate level. And when you join these Greek letter organizations on any continent, you are up under a conference. And it's one of these conferences on every continent to control the new talent that's coming up out of college and to get them young minds recruited into the occult. All right. And like I said, I'm going to do videos here in the future that's going to show you some of the stuff they go to when they go through when they join in this. And you're going to see why they're so powerful and why they're so loyal. It's really brainwashing. When you pledge this stuff, you're not the same. They possess your spirit. And I'm going to be getting into that because it's very dangerous. Don't let your children join. Now, on every continent is some sort of Pan-Hellenic conference of a group of members who controlling all of the young minds on every continent that's coming up out of the colleges and seeing who is the brightest and getting them into the occult. They want the young bright minds and they want numbers, and they want all of these young bright college students to go ahead and take an oath so they can start into their occult and working against their own people. So once you join this secret society, remember, if your mama ain't a part of it and your brother ain't a part of it, then you going against them. Because now you join a society that your mama ain't even a part of, and this society requires you to make sure that your mama and your family stay peasants, and that's why in all of these families, you notice that you can be from a poor family and they have one or two Negroes get rich and become millionaires, and they don't really fuck with the family like that no more because them Negroes sold out. They leave home, they join these organizations, and they take oaths. They can't even help their own family out. They can only help the brotherhood, and they have no problems doing it. Why? Because the brotherhood giving them millions. And them folks don't care nothing about their own mama no more. When they join this shit, they'll sacrifice their mom and daddy. The blood sacrifice is real. These young college kids are full of ambition. They going to school so they can be rich. They get in there, they go to joining all of these organizations, people showing them what big money look like and what they can have if they just do this and do that. And these kids drop out of school and still become millionaires because they join college and join an organization. Or they stay in school and say, hey, when I get my degree in this field, I want to be guaranteed to be a boss over this particular company. And these conferences is a form of nepotism. Earlier, I read the definition of nepotism is basically ruling over people with favoritism. Nepotism comes from the god Neptune. Neptune is just another form of Pan, Narmer, Zeus, Jesus. All patriarchal societies is ran by favoritism, nepotism, Neptunian ideologies where you can't be successful if you don't take an oath and sell your soul. So understand that in our world, it's dictated by favoritism. It's black privilege and white privilege, and they all sellouts. And another thing you want to keep in mind is that it's all favoritism. Who get promoted, who get the job based on who part of the club. This is nepotism. And having a chosen people and favoritism come from the God of the Bible. Because the God of the Bible was full of favoritism. He was a Neptunian God that had a chosen people and a capitalistic mentality. So y'all better realize how deep this deception go. Pan-Hellenism is all of the Western ideologies. And they selling these different ideologies to each individual particular quote unquote race. So if you don't agree with Greco-Egyptian rulership and you think that you can outsmart the indoctrination, you got another thing coming. Because even if you was born, for example, in the Eastern world, you can't escape the Greco-Egyptian rulership because like I showed you earlier, they got the people over there worshiping Lord Krishna. And Lord Krishna ain't nothing but Pan all over again, playing the flute, wearing the double crown or the horns. I just showed y'all that. Here we go. Playing the flute with the double horns. All right. This the Baphomet. So everybody worshiping this God in different ways. And all we doing, if you look at this hat right here, we just worshiping the Pope. Because the hat you see on Krishna right there, when you worship Krishna, guess who you worshiping? This guy. They know you ain't gonna literally get on your knees and worship this white man. So what do? They make you worship Narmer. They make you worship the Pharaoh, which is nothing but the Pope again for black people who think they're smart. When black people start wising up, saying, man, I ain't worshiping Christ, I want to know the truth. Then you leave all of that Christ talk, and they got a whole nother group of deceivers for you that's going to give you Christ all over again with Narmer. And I just went into how Narmer is nothing but the Pope. I'm not going to do it again. I got to wrap this up. So everybody worshiping the Pope, even your pro-blacks, because the conscious community of blacks was never started by black people. It was started by the CIA. It was started by black Greeks to get you to continue worshiping the Pharaoh, which is the Pope, Ptolemy, Narmer, the Western world ruler, which now rules the entire earth under the Triple Crown today. So if you look at what this Pope wearing on his head, it's a dome type hat with a cross at the top of it. It's the same thing the other Pope wearing. It come from Dagon, the fish god. You see? You see him with the dome hat on with the cross on top of it. I'm here today to show and prove, not just talk like the black conscious community do. They don't got no proof. I'm giving you the truth that they can't argue with, and this is why they hate me. They know that they asses are imposters and deceivers. The whole black conscious community, red pill, blue pill, all them cat, that shit is orchestrated by the NYPD, Young Pharaoh too. And before I close out, I'm going to go ahead and touch on that right now. So we understand how it's all the Pope is all Nimrod. Now let's get into Young Pharaoh and all of that at this time, like I promised. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up something here that I made for y'all, and we're going to wrap it up with this. So pay attention to this in front of you and stay with me. Don't get ahead of me, because this is a lot going on with this collage, and I want you to learn. So don't get ahead of me. Follow with me. Now, let's talk about this guy. His name is Charlemagne the God. He's a Mason, as you can see. He got his hand in the Masonic pose. He controls the Breakfast Club. He's another big media personality. Most of your black Greeks control the media because they have to constantly brainwash us, make you mad at this, mad at that, you know. But anyway, this guy, he's the one, when you make it up to the tops of black consciousness, you go and see Charlemagne and you go to the Breakfast Club. And that's how you get Umar Johnson, Brother Polite, and pretty soon young Pharaoh will be making his way to Charlemagne. Charlemagne is a high-ranking Mason who they put over black media. And there's many black men like him over areas of black media. You want to know why all black men can't succeed, even though there's a lot of talented cats? It's because the only ones that get to make it are the ones who took the oath. The rest of us, we knocking at their door waiting for a deal instead of uniting, saying fuck them and their empire, let's just build our own from scratch. So they got us chasing after them because they run everything, but we can run everything the moment we ignore them, say fuck them, and build our own stuff from scratch. The black conscious community wasn't built by blacks from scratch. It was built by sellout Negroes like you see in front of you, and it's still ran by sellout Negroes today like Sarnetta and the rest of them. And I'm going to be touching on young Pharaoh and all of them as we work our way through this Pharaoh. So, who is Charlemagne? Charlemagne is a Roman ruler. This guy named himself after a Roman ruler, and he says he for black people, and he's a Mason. He's always talking pro-black rhetoric, and he even wrote a book called Black Privilege. Opportunity comes to those who create it. You create it by joining and taking the oath. So he is the man over all black conscious teachers. You don't make it Hollywood preaching in the pro-black arena until you go through Charlemagne and the Breakfast Club. Other than that, you're what I call self-made. Now, before Charlemagne, they had different venues for black sellouts to go through, such as Donahue and a lot of white platforms that you saw a lot of black people in. Even Khalid Muhammad was an agent. Y'all remember just a year ago, I was giving Khalid Muhammad props. My research let me know now that he was also a black Greek. And when I started looking at the stuff Khalid Muhammad was talking about, it's very divisive. Black versus white. He was a sellout. And it's one thing for me to say that, but it's another thing for me to prove it. And I'm going to be proving that in the future. But right now, I'm going to prove to you that young Pharaoh is a member of the fuckery. He's part of the fuckery. And I'm also going to be proving to you that the red pill, blue pill, most of them are part of it too. So understand the Charlemagne deception. Now let's move on. I'm going to take this off because now we've dealt with Charlemagne, and as we deal with him, I'm going to just delete it so we don't get confused. Now, let's take a look at this other thing. Let's do a little something here. Let's take this and let's focus on these guys. Now, let me show you something. Let's talk about young Pharaoh for a minute. How do I know young Pharaoh is part of the fuckery? Well, look at his stance. That stance that you see young Pharaoh taking is not his stance. It's an alpha man stance. Any A5A member tell you, Brother Sanchez, you ain't lying. Either he's an alpha or he just doing that and don't know what the fuck he doing. But Pharaoh is standing up in an alpha stance And you will see that alphas do this all the time. See, to the normal person, you just think he being professional. But to the person who initiated, they understand, all right, this stance is not a normal stance. The hand must touch the wrist. You must make contact with the wrist. Now, most of us who stand up like that, we cross both of our hands equally. But when you do it and you're an alpha, you put your hand on your wrist. It's very small differences that they pick up on that you don't pick up on. So if you didn't know nothing about A5A, you'll just think young Pharaoh standing up there doing that because he think it's cool. But listen to me, people. Look at young Pharaoh. You don't just stand up like that because you like it. Someone had to teach you that. I don't know no man when I say cheese, let's take a picture, that's going to take this stance right here. It's not a natural stance. Even if you do take that stance, you're more likely to put your hands and cross them together like normal people. You're not going to put your damn palm on your wrist. That had to be taught to Pharaoh. And yes, it come from the alphas. I told y'all that the A5As created the Cometicism religion. So let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let me get this thing back right so I can show y'all some more stuff. Let's get it back going. Hold up a minute, guys. Give me a minute to get this back right for you. Because today I'm showing and proving. Okay, so we got Pharaoh stance exposed. Let's get something else about young Pharaoh exposed. See, all of this stuff that I'm showing you can't be no coincidence. And I just deleted them, guys, because we don't need it no more. We already see how he's standing. We know he connected. Now let's check out something else. How else do I know young Pharaoh is connected? Look at his symbol. It's pharaonic worship. He calls himself young Pharaoh. Now he just was standing up like the alphas, and now he giving you the alpha A5A Pharaoh. This isn't an original logo. Y'all think it is because y'all don't know A5A history and symbolism. But A5A and Black Greek members, when they see young Pharaoh's symbol, they know that it's Narmer. They know exactly what they're dealing with. So young Pharaoh is initiated. Make no doubts about it. Look at the Pharaoh face, y'all. It's frowned up. It's only one fraternity that do that. And let me show you. Here they go. That's called gritting. That frown come from the A5As. They frown their face up. Look at it. Take a good look at it. They teach them to wear black and gold. And A5A is nothing but the worship of the Pharaoh. It's the first black collegiate level fraternity. The first black fraternity is the Boule. Their symbol is the Sphinx. The second black collegiate fraternity is A5A, and their symbol is the Pharaoh or Anubis. It's all about the religion of Cometicism. So this is how they control black people. And they frown their face up like that. And when you look for the Alpha Phi Alpha symbol, what you get is a frowned up Pharaoh. Young Pharaoh, we got your ass, young dude. You are now exposed. You are now exposed, B. And I hate to do it to you. You shouldn't have joined that shit. You shouldn't be an oath keeper. I can't stand you motherfucking niggas selling out on your own people. But you know what? It's going to be a lot of people who like young Pharaoh who going to ignore everything I'm saying despite I'm telling y'all the truth and I'm showing and proving, and they going to take up for that damn boy. When all he do is talk about aliens and dumb shit that keeps us stagnant and not moving, god damn it. I'm so fucking tired of it. You taking up for these damn pseudoscientists when I'm sitting here giving you the real history of this shit. You want to know why my channel won't grow as quick as Pharaoh's? Because I'm not a damn sellout like young Pharaoh. Look at this shit. Look at that man's hand. I just told y'all why he holding his hand like that. I'm showing and proving. You can't deny none of this stuff I'm saying. I know you like young Pharaoh. He's a likable young guy. But damn it, I don't like deception. I don't like a brotherhood of men keeping secrets, deceiving us. And he's a young magician. Young Pharaoh is a young magician. He's a young sellout. These guys are magicians because guys like me who really come to set the people free, they can convince the people to kill me because they can call me a coon. They got so many tactics they can use to have Brother Sanchez silenced and to have me put to death by ignorant ass people who can't see that I'm the real damn savior. And this is not no ego. All of us are saviors when you go out there saving the people, giving them the truth that'll set them free. But if you're going to give them the truth, you can't give them the beliefs. The beliefs ain't going to set us free. The beliefs going to keep us bound. The truth going to set us free. So if we ain't free, it's because we ain't got the truth. We've been too busy divided with the beliefs for the past thousands of years, but now it's over with. Look at this man's hand. It's making an L. Just like that dude I just showed, he making an L. Where he get that from? He get it right here. All of this black Greek shit come from Egypt when the Greeks and the Egyptians was ruling over the peasants together. You had all of these powerful men up at the top doing gay shit, ruling over us at the bottom. And now they running the world today, passing all of these gay ass laws, still doing all of this symbolism right in front of your goddamn face, and you don't put two and two together. They can do this right in front of your face, and I can show it to you, and your indoctrination will kick in and say, Brother Sanchez, you a coon. You the agent, Brother Sanchez. When I'm showing y'all the damn agents, how can you then turn and flip it on me? This is why the men who came along to liberate the people time after time again, the people kill the messenger. Because the people so ignorant and dumbed down by these Boule members, by these so-called teachers, you so full of they pseudoscience, when you hear the truth, you gonna reject that and oppose it. You too busy hearing alien stories and all that shit when I'm telling you all these guys are sellouts. So when you see that Pharaoh frowned up, that's because young Pharaoh is a damn A5A member. They all frown up like that. That's their symbol. The frowned up Pharaoh. I didn't want to be the one to do it, but rest in peace, Steve Coakley. I'm going to continue your work, Steve, all the way up to show these Negroes today how they selling us out. So understand this religion of Kemetism is what controls black people. We ain't from Africa. And it's people like this right up under Sarnetta who part of this shit. I debated this guy. His name Jabari Osazi. They love him in New York because he's a young black pretty boy sellout who got all the black people worshiping the goddamn Pharaoh Narmer. Look at this shit. This dude worships the Pharaoh, and he got this whole Sarnetta platform and Sarnetta all them. They got all of these black people worshiping the damn Pharaoh, and that's not our true religion. We worship the womb. We worship the womb of the woman. We don't worship no damn phallus, no Pharaoh. There's a reason they got Jabari in the NY Daily News. There's a reason they got Jabari in the NY Times. There's a reason him and his goddamn wife are well off. living good. You better believe he's a A5A and she's probably a AKA or a Delta. These folks take off them damn dashikis and they put on their suits again and they be regular damn Negroes. They got split personalities. One minute he got on a suit with the white man. The next minute he got on a fucking Prince Akeem uniform telling you to hate white men. Y'all better wake up. We've been sold out, people. And it ain't just black people. It's your children who you send off to college and they join these societies and take an oath to perpetuate our damn oppression. It's Negroes like the one in front of you right now. This man was all in the newspaper for resurrecting Comedicism in New York. Why would Jabari debate me? I ain't nobody. I debated this guy. Here he go right here. I debated him. Don't you know he is well known amongst Kemetic scholars and Greek priests? He's a fucking known individual. His man have been published in the NY Daily News. And he's on YouTube debating Brother Sanchez. Why? Because I'm a threat. People think I'm losing my mind going crazy when I'm just trying to wake y'all up. I ain't gonna be here for long to keep telling y'all this shit. Sonetta and all of them agents. Her son Campbell, Papa just made a video telling you that them niggas in the boule. It ain't just me. Look at this shit. He got you worshiping the sun god just like the Christian pastors. All of these black men you see here got something in common. Their sexuality is questionable and they all are black Greeks. Stop being naive, y'all. There's a society within our society that you don't have a clue about, and it's a whole nother world, buddy, when you enter the Greek society. It's pharaoh worship, homosexuality, and success. I can't lie. Very much success. Gay men are very successful. You can't lie. The bulk of the rich people are gay. And these are the ones making the laws for the gays. And it's coming right here from the boule, from the secret society. They right here up under you. So this whole thing of Comedicism religion, you got to understand it come from the alphas. This guy Jabari is an alpha. Young Pharaoh is an alpha. Reggie, Shaka, Amos, and these guys are Masons. They've been, and the crazy thing about it, let's move on so y'all can see that I ain't playing. Because I don't like to just talk. Let's get back with our collage. Every last black leader was a member of a fraternity. Guess what, y'all? This what you looking at is a crest of Malik Phi Psi or Malik Phi Sigma, something like that. I'm going to go into that. This is the black fraternity that Dr. Ben belonged to. All of them black Kemetic scholars in the black community, the ones that say they ain't in black Greek fraternities, they lying to y'all. They lying. They part of Malik Sigma Psi. The red and blue pill is a part of this too. All of this is Masonic. Malik Sigma Psi is the African-centered fraternity. They the only black fraternity, black Greek fraternity that got an African name in it. So they call themselves Malik Sigma Psi. I hope I'm getting it right. But they're hiding the truth from you. Dr. Ben and a lot of more great black teachers was a part of this fraternity. And it is a Greek ladder organization. They serving the same purpose of A Phi A and the rest of them. Now their job is to seed Afrocentricity out there. So the A Phi A's job is to seed Comedicism to us. Their symbol is the pharaoh. They was put there to see the religion of Kemetic to black people. But what Dr. Ben them did was seed the African-centered concept to us with Malik Faisal. Red and Blue Pill are members of this fraternity that we call Malik Sigma Psi. And they are controlled by the Boule as well. They are incorporated. Now, I will be getting into this fraternity in the future, Malik Sigma Psi, which most of your black Kemetic folks belong to this. And I will be getting into this in the future. But let's move on to other parts of our collage so I can wrap this up. So what we see here, and we want to hold on. Let's do this, right? Let's do this. Let's take this. Let's crop it. And we're going to just focus on this right here for a moment. Now, at the top right here, of course, this is Nut and Gab. Each one of these birds represents a polarity. One would be sun, one would be moon. They're equal in size and the scales aren't tilted like you see here. Whoever drew this, they just didn't make it even. But the sun and moon are 50-50, yin and yang, and they all revolve around the womb, which is representative of Shu with his hands raised. Shu don't supposed to be there. Shu represents the mother goddess, but this cosmology come from a time where Egypt was already corrupted. Let me show you what I mean. Shu is the serpent goddess. See back here on this collage, when you look up here at Shu at the top with his hands raised, holding up Nut. During that time and that cosmology, they had already replaced the North Pole with a male deity, but they haven't removed Nut yet. So if you look at Shu arms, excuse me, I want to make it bigger. Hold up a minute. Now, each one of those birds on each side of Shu is the serpent that's on each side of that mother goddess. It's the sun and the moon revolving above Geb, which is the earth. I just told y'all that a calendar is a cylinder. All right? So pay attention to this cosmology. Each bird is one sun, one moon. But the mother goddess was replaced. Remember that the sun and the moon, or the man and the woman, both come from the womb of the woman. But when you look at this Egyptian with Shu right there, when you look at that, that's blasphemy. That's telling you that the sun and the moon come from the phallus of the man. He don't supposed to be there. It's supposed to be this goddess in the middle telling you that man and woman, sun and moon come from her womb. When she was moved, they tell it what happened in this Egyptian cosmology is what later happened in Genesis when they was removing the woman in mythology. All right, so this was kind of the beginning stages of where you can see the North Pole was now personified as a man, not a woman. But to make a long story short, each bird on the side of Shu is sun and moon. Now, why did I bring that up? Because let's go back to paint for a minute. What you looking at now, let me just make sure you're only looking at it. All right. Below the Kemetic cosmology on this collage is what's called what's called A5A Egyptian art. This picture you see at the bottom with the man and woman with the arch above them and a flat plane beneath them, you can find that on Google by putting in like A5A Egyptian art, Egyptian cosmos art, and you'll find this little drawing of this man and woman. And it's a flat earth cosmology. That man and woman is sun and moon. That would be the equivalent of those two birds that's surrounding Shu. The pyramid in the middle of them is Shu. Shu represents the pole. Remember that where Shu is where a pole would be if you had a tent. So that pole is the North Pole. That's what supports our entire cosmos. Just like the pole in the middle of a tent supports the entire pyramid. So it goes back to what I was telling you earlier. The base of a pyramid is 4 sevens or 4 angles. 7 times 4 is 28, which is 10. 10 is the binary code. 1 and 0 is Nut and Geb. That's what pitches the tent. Man and woman creates the cosmos. The tension is at the pole. So the root word of tension or 10, we're dealing with the binary code, what creates our reality, masculine, feminine, 0 and 1. But 0 is the primordial source. All numbers are born from 0. That's the egg. That's the egg, okay? That's the darkness that turned the light on. Now, I can get deep into that in the future too, masculine, feminine. I do that a lot on this channel, so let's move on. My point with bringing that up is the same concept above of the sun and moon going around a great mother is what you got at the bottom in that Kemetic Alpha Phi Alpha arc with the man and woman being situated on a flat plane and an arc is enclosing us. That is Nut. The earth is flat and the ancient cosmology is to be taken literally. Rainbows prove that the arch is above your head and not under your feet, people. It's called a horizon because it's horizontal. You don't see Geb bent like you see Nut. Nut is the bent one. Geb is the earth representing the horizon, land flat or horizontal. He's the masculine and she's the feminine or the curve, the bent one, the spiral. So that's the 0 and the 1. Now let's move on to the next part of our collage as we wrap this up. Let me thank you all for staying diligent and continuing to view this. This is going to be the climax right now of the whole live stream. And this is what's going to blow you away. So if you're still with me now, you're going to get this final treat. And this is going to take us home. Now that we know about Pan and all the Greek letter societies and that they all work for the CIA, how can you prove it, Brother Sanchez? Well, take a look at this in front of you. Let me blow this up. This is where we reach the final part and I expose it all. This is what's left on our collage. To the left, you have A Phi A. This is A Phi A. And what I want you to pay attention to is the position of these guys. You see how you have one guy up here, one guy up here, and one guy in the middle that's holding his hand up. Keep that in mind because what you're looking at is the same thing right here with Malik. The polices are all Greek. Every police department is a Greek letter organization. Most of your black Greeks and rappers work with the police to perpetuate this shit. So what you got to realize is this dude is this little lamp. Okay. And this is the NYPD, New York Police Department. You can do this for any police department. I'm using NYPD because this is where Sarnetta and all of them at. Baba Haru, which is one of the Kemetic scholars of the Black conscious community. He worked 20 years as an NYPD police officer. And he's also, I would think he's a Mason and an A Phi A member. Of course he's a Mason, but I don't know if he's A Phi A. 9 times out of 10 he is. The NYPD is a form of A Phi A and the Boule or the secret societies, as well as all police departments. Now let me blow up this symbol so we can look at it bigger. So this guy on the left is this lamp on the left would be this guy on the left when we deal with the NYPD. I know y'all see this. I just want to be thorough. This guy on the right would be this lamp on the right and would be the other part of the scales. And in the middle, you have Nimrod with his hands raised like the mother. Remember that the scales is the mother, Ma'at. All right. All of these organizations on the same team, as well as the Democrats and Republican. But what you have not known is how close to the enemy you've been this whole time. After this video, you now see that even the people on YouTube that's coming with the pro-black Egyptian knowledge, your young pharaohs and all them, they're just an extension of the boule. Now shit finna get real because I'm showing y'all now how this power structure come all the way down to YouTube teachers and how they connected. All of them police, y'all. When I did my rap against Sarnetta, I wasn't lying. I said your movement won't move because you the police. Got the people stagnant because y'all on some backward shit. Y'all selling y'all own people out. Why the hell do the NYPD got the same crest and shield of your black Greek letter fraternities? Because the police is over y'all dumb asses. They stroking your ego, telling you to be pro-black when they going back to work serving with black and white officers. The NYPD got the same goddamn symbolism as all of your black Greek letter organizations. And y'all don't see the game that's being played on us. Malik is the fraternity what the pills and all of your big black teachers come out of. This fraternity right here in the middle, the Maliks, man. They was the ones who helped start the whole African theory movement to black people and convinced us that we come from some goddamn apes. I told y'all that the white people could never do it alone. For you to have an intricate system of control like we under today, it take a collective effort of all these different races selling their own people out together. So look at this in front of you and realize they all on the same team, people. And this video is just an intro. This ain't nothing. I'm finna redo this whole series one by one, piece by piece, and go into detail. I'm just doing this so when I do that, y'all will be ready. You will see that I ain't making shit up. That the police and everybody, all these folks on the same team. That's why Baba Haru is one of the founders of the black conscious community, and he was a damn police. He's a fucking implant. They put him there along with Jabari and a lot of these other sellouts to continue the work of the damn masters. None of these movements are fucking legitimate. None of them are genuine and real. So listen, guys, I've taught a lot here today. I'm tired. I gotta go. Gonna be a lot of people looking for me, want to do harm to me just because I'm telling the truth. But hey, I may face the same fate as Steve Coakley. And I have no problem with that, long as y'all get mad, long as y'all realize we got to undo this shit. This is not who we are. Take your dashikis off, take off your little fezzes, and be who the fuck you are. Stop being influenced by these different folks. Who you are ain't limited to the clothes on your body. It's who you are in your heart. And you can never be that person if you've been distracted with all the pseudoscience, the pharaonic worship, and all of these black dudes who think they know everything. Most of them served time in prison and got out. Now they want to be teachers like they know everything and they don't know nothing. Yes, I'm talking about Fundishi too. He don't get a pass either. See, they want to make y'all scared to critique these men. Did you know how many people gonna be mad at me because I said something about Fundishi? because I said something about Jabari. And all I'm doing is telling y'all the truth, man. And the truth hurts, but don't kill the fucking messenger, man. Don't kill the messenger, man. This dude named Baba Haru. He's named after a sun god, and he's a fucking imposter. He is a police infiltrator agent, and all them cats up there in Harlem gonna have their day. They gonna have their day. Harlem sold the world out, y'all. New York got a price to pay. And this ain't for all of my brothers up in New York that's with the truth. This to all of you sellouts out there. You see this shit, this man throwing up the signs now, and I guarantee you I can find that this is another sign for one of these organizations. You don't know when they throwing this shit up, what they throwing up. You think they being cool. But even the Pills are members of Malik Sigma Psi. Yep. And Shaka Amosi, I ain't got to talk about him. We know he fruited. He's a member of a Mason. He wear the goddamn gay ass headdress of the Pharaoh. Man, look here, man. It's been several of Shaka's homeboys call him out for their homosexuality. And Sa Neter come to his aid. You got to remember, these the same people that's taking up for Bambaataa. They going against the victims and taking up for him. Why? Because that's where the money at. They ain't about truth. If they'll take up for pedophiles, you know they'll protect homosexuals and agents. They'll protect police. Think about it. Jabari is an A5A member, deceiving the people, a fucking agent, and Sa Neter's supposed to have been a Black Panther. And he got this dude up under him. Y'all don't get it. Guess what? All of these motherfuckers on the same team. The Black Panthers wasn't infiltrated by the FBI, because I know a lot of people say, hey man, the Black Panthers was infiltrated by the FBI and they became the Crips and the Bloods. No, it's not that simple. I'm finna blow y'all away today. Check this out. Huey P. Newton founded the Black Panthers. But guess what though? Y'all gonna cry when I show you this. Y'all gonna really literally shed tears when I show you this. Hold up. This the founder of the Black Panthers. His name Huey P. Newton. Sa Neter was a Black Panther. The Black Panthers are a controlled opposition. They are not for black people. They never was. I know it hurt. I know it hurt to find out that Huey P. Newton was also a damn Sigma. Yes, the founder of the Black Panthers was a fucking Boule member. Here we go right here, y'all. That's Huey P. Newton in his college days as a fucking Sigma. That man went from a Greek fraternity, stepping with a cane, calling himself a Greek, to waving his fucking fist in the air, and he grew his damn hair out just like Kaepernick. Y'all, they been selling us out for years, y'all. Y'all got to understand how deep this is, y'all. Kaepernick is a Kappa. He was also a mixed Negro who came up as a black Greek with a silver spoon. Now all of a sudden he leading the pro-black community, taking a knee, and he grew his afro, and now all the pro-blacks putting him on a pedestal. You see Spike Lee with him, and we know Spike Lee is a Mason. Him and Jordan. Huey P. Newton was a fucking agent from the jump. So when y'all talk about the Black Panthers being infiltrated by the FBI and talk about how they turned into the Crips, no. They were started by a Sigma. Think about it. The Crips was supposed to be a community organization. Yes, because they come from the Black Panthers, which was a community organization. All of these community organizations they put there to stop us from creating a real organization that'll really free us. So Huey P. Newton was a government agent all along. He was a man of Sigma. He was Phi Beta Sigma. He was a little mixed white boy in a bow tie with a low haircut. He was a black Greek member. And when they wanted to use him to infiltrate the black community, they made him grow his damn hair out into an afro and ball his fists up. But remember, Huey P is part of the Sigmas, not black people. And they secret society go before anything. That brotherhood go before anything. So yes, people, Huey P. Newton was a member of the Black Boule. He was influenced by the Boule. He was a Sigma. So the first gang that was created after the Black Panthers was so-called infiltrated, because they was never infiltrated. They started off with an agent. Then once they got to be a big group, then it was time for that agent to go to the next phase of the project. The government do this all the time. They send in an agent. They let him be the leader so they can see who all fucking with his movement. Then when he get his numbers up, they destroy the whole damn movement. That's why we don't need leaders. Now, let me explain something to y'all. The first gang, remember that the Black Panthers turned into the Crips. But ask yourself this though. How did the Crips get their colors? Because the Crips wear blue and white. Well, the Crips are ran by the Sigmas, people. I'm telling y'all that what I'm giving you, you ain't going to get from nobody else because people scared to tell you this. The Sigma sign is nothing but a C. It's a C, y'all. Sigma is Crip. Even when you do etymology of Sigma, it turns out to C, which is S-E, meaning yes. It's the first two words of serpent, S-E, September or 7. This deals back to the first Bible, which was the Septuagint. But I don't want to be all over the place. All of this stuff is cosmology. The pi symbol is a Greek symbol of the female womb. Every frac will have the word pi in it some way if it's a male frac. The females don't have to because they are the divine feminines. Most of them fall under the Delta, which is another form of yoni worship. But the gangs come from the Black Greeks. So when you see them throwing up this, remember it's a C. It's just a C. The Crips throw that up too. You can't tell the Crips and the Sigmas apart, man. You can't tell them apart, B. You can't tell them apart. They don't understand that their gang was created by the Boule for us to kill each other. They put Huey P. Newton out there as an agent, and what his job was to infiltrate the real black movement. He was a Sigma all along. Guess who else support the Sigmas? Wale. So your rappers are in on this shit. Look at this, man. This is a Sigma right here sitting on his throne. And you will see many fraternity art with these Sigmas or even the Alphas. They have it on the throne. But what you got to look at is the Africa sign here. That's the big deception. That's the secret of all secret societies, of black secret societies, that we did not come from Africa. We come from the North Pole. We were all created equally at the center. And then we raced from the center. And that's how you get the word racist. But the Most High created us all equal, and then nobody have a head start. So the concept of races and Pangea, that's deception. The real race took place when we spread from the center from Eden, the ripple effect. Ever since then, we've been running, y'all, away from the truth, away from the center of the earth. And everybody going back to Africa, but that's not the motherland. All compasses point to the motherland. The motherland has a magnetic mountain. All the ancients spoke about it. Even the Africans will tell you they're not from Africa. They'll tell you they come from the north. And if you look at a map, you will see that they're talking about Eden. So yes, Huey P. Newton was a Black Panther, but he was a government agent and infiltrator. And he turned what would have been a good community movement into a gangs. So it was Huey P. Newton who was the main member infiltrating the Black Panther. He was the implant all along. He was a Sigma put there by the government. Bill Clinton was a Sigma. Barack Obama was a Sigma. The joke is on us, y'all. The joke is on us. Jerry Rice is a Sigma. You know, John Lewis is a Sigma. They've been controlling the black dialogue for so many years, and now it's time for us to stand up. All of us black men who not part of no societies, it's time for us to make our own society and put some fire to these gay ass, secret oath keeping ass, sellout ass niggas. I hope all of y'all get mad and start putting fire on their ass. Now look at Huey P. Newton in this throne. That's a famous pose that you see a lot of people do today. You see him sitting in the throne like Huey P. But like I just told you, Huey P. Newton sitting in that throne, it's the Sigma man sitting in his throne. I just showed you the Sigma. This is the pose right here. Every fraternity got a artwork where they got their founding member in a throne. And that member is Narmer, the first black Greek. Ptolemy is the first white Egyptian. So you had Narmer becoming the first black Greek, and you had Ptolemy becoming the first white Egyptian. And today you got black Greeks and white Egyptians, and vice versa, because we're in a mixed society. So these guys are able to be a black Greek one minute, and the next minute they able to be pro-black, just like Jabari and Sarnetta and all them, because this whole pro-black movement was controlled from the get-go. No matter how pro-black you are, you'll never get free, because that ain't your movement. That's what was given to you by these deceivers. So Crip wear blue and white because Crip is ran by the Sigmas. Now, let's talk about the Kappas. Kappas wear red and white. And look at their hand sign. Y'all starting to get it now? All of the black gangs are ran by the black Greek societies. They the ones keeping us killing each other at the bottom. The Kappas run the Bloods. And just like I just showed you, you can't tell them apart. I just showed you black Sigmas and black Crips, and you can't tell them apart. Now I'm showing you black Kappas, and now I'm going to show you black Bloods. You can't tell them apart. You can't tell them apart. I hope y'all see how deep this is. The Kappas run the Bloods, and the Crips run the Sigmas. And last but not least, the GDs and the Vice Lords. The GDs and the Vice Lords is ran by the Alphas. Is ran by the other ones, the Thetas and all of them. You can go and sync it together. The symbol of GD is the pitchfork. That's the symbol of the Great Mother, the symbol of Neptune. They don't even know what they part of, that this was given to them by the A5As. And all of the gangs are ran by a certain black fraternity. And they got the colors of that fraternity, just like I showed you with Crip and Blood with Sigma and Kappa. Here you got the GDs wearing the black, the gold, and the white, which would be your colors of A5A. And again, you can't tell their symbols apart either. They got the same symbols. The trident is the symbol that the Narmer took from the Great Mother. That's the balance and scales. All right. Let me show you what I mean. This is the Great Mother with her trident. Alpha Phi Alpha was the first black collegiate level organization. The first of anything is going to have symbolism related to the great womb of the mother. All right. So GDs will tell you that they're not a gang, that they're a nation, because they fall under the Great Mother. The darkness, the black, is the Nut energy, the Kali energy. The trident or the devil or the Satan, that's the balance. That's the Trinity. And now out of all the gangs, guess what? The GDs are the most organized. So it's really deep when you think about it that all of these gangs got parallels also to the fraternities. And I can go deep into this and start showing you how deep it really go, because I'm just touching on it now. But this shit is all connected, man. But one thing I want to do before I leave is take a minute break, another minute break, to rest my voice and drink a little cup of coffee. No, I shouldn't be drinking it, but I'm guilty of that. I'm going to stop one day. Let me take a little break, because now we at the end of this, and I think I want to stop it right here. I've went over a lot and I've been all over the place. This thing is at the 5-hour mark right now. And I want to stop here while we at 5 hours, because that's a good stopping point. I went over so much. If you make it too long, it could be too overwhelming. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and stop this right now. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to come back in about an hour, and I'm going to open up a late 12 o'clock midnight stream. Today, Friday, y'all ain't got nothing to do tomorrow, so stay up with me. And on this next stream, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to talk. I'm going to open it up and open up the panel, and we're going to continue to talk about this or whatever you want to talk about. I know a lot of pro-blacks want to come and cuss me out and want to say I'm a coon. Hey, come on up here. I'm going to open up the panel on that show. If it's something I got wrong, if you think I'm deceiving these people and I'm telling them some nonsense, come challenge me on it. I open myself up to be challenged because I'm not scared. I'm sure that what I'm teaching is the truth. I put too much research on it. So I opened up the panel on that show, and I want to be challenged. And for you people who want to come up and tell me I've done a good job and how much you learned, I want to hear that too. So stick around. I want to talk to you guys. I didn't have a chance to talk to you now because I've been too busy giving you all this good knowledge. I hope that you guys take this video, re-upload it on your channel, mirror it. Listen, anything I do, you can take it and put it on your channel. All right? This is not my stuff. It comes from the ancestors, from the Most High. It wouldn't be right for me to say, don't copy my videos. Don't you put my stuff on your channel. No. Take this stuff, get your YouTube converter, take it off my channel, and go put it on yours. I don't care if you change the title and the thumbnail. Make it yours. You can have it, man. This is my gift to you. Monetize it. Get your money. You got to get paid, all right? I didn't make this system. We all got bills to pay. So if you're looking for a way to make money, and also to help and tell the truth and free the people, because we got to feed our families in this fucked up system, then yes, take the truth, take my videos, monetize them. And yeah, you're going to get views because people know who Brother Sanchez is and they love the teachings. I'm telling you that these teachings is what feed my family, but I'm not telling you you can't do it. I'm telling you, I feed my family with these teachings. I'm telling you to do it too. You may not know how to teach. You may not know how to do what I'm doing. Don't mean you can't get paid for in these people's mind, and you got to get your money because you got bills to pay. I'm not no fool. I want money to go away. But in the meantime, damn it, don't be no fool. When you spending hours at your time putting in work like I'm doing, you need to be compensated for it. I got children. The time I'm spending hours in front of this thing, I'm taking it away from my kids. So compensation is great. Money is not though. But we live in a monetary world. So, hey, I hate money, but it's a $10 bill right here on my desk right now. And I'm finna go use it to go and get me some coffee. So yeah, I want the system to end, but you in it right now. If they told me tomorrow, Brother Sanchez, burn up all of your possessions in your house and we're going to give you a plot of land in nature with running water where you just got to live off the earth, I burn up every dollar I got. I burn up everything I own and live off the earth. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not a fan of this system. But since we in this system, what I'm telling y'all to do, if you got your feet on the ground like me and you support my work, don't just be a supporter of my work. Be someone who's a business partner with me. Take my work, start you a YouTube channel, and re-upload all of my videos on it. You can call it, Knowledge Central. You can call it whatever you want, but you can build your own platform off all of these videos I got. You can go through my channel and pick which one of my videos you want on your channel. And you can make your own channel with my videos. I got a lot of videos that people never saw before. And if I re-upload them, they'll get so many views because at the time I made them, I didn't have a lot of subs. Well, it'll take me a long time to re-upload all of them videos. Shout out to Bo Jackson, man. He's a huge supporter of this truth. I love you, brother. And I love all of y'all, man, for real. Listen, I'm going to give y'all this to take home. You can support yourself spreading the truth. Start YouTube channels and monetize them. We're robbing the elite when we do that. Because when we monetize our YouTube channels, we get money, but they don't. You know why? The ads that they run on our videos, we don't click them shits. I got a conscious channel. If they got an ad on my channel talking about let's go and buy this all of this sugar and sweets and cakes and shit. Well, look, most of my subscribers are vegans. So they ain't gonna click on that ad, but I'ma still get paid for it. So we got to learn how to beat the system that we in. People that's against ads, they so stupid, don't nobody do real research. So I'm telling y'all how we can feed ourselves and also combat the system. Start YouTube channels, start uploading your favorite teachers on that channel. And what you doing is you helping them teachers out and you helping yourself. You monetizing their stuff, getting paid. And also you helping them spread their message because your new channel is a new platform. It's going to be people subscribe to you that never heard of Bro Sanchez before, but that's going to find out about me through your new channel. So yes, I encourage you all, start another channel. Steal all of my content, use it, chop it up, re-upload it, put it on your channel, do what you want with it and put it out there. I'm giving you permission. All right, monetize it. Get your money out of it. All right, do that. Put it out there, y'all. And stick around because at 12 o'clock midnight here, Pacific time, I'm going to go back live again and the people voices are going to be heard. We're going to have an open panel. It's Friday night. I'm feeling good. I'm excited. I ain't got nothing to do tomorrow. It's the weekend and I wouldn't rather be nowhere else but all of you. So stick around. We ain't going nowhere. I'm going to end this right now and I'll be back in 1 hour to let the people voices be heard and have an open panel. And one thing I'm going to say before I get out of here, just remember that, and shout out to Psychic Warrior, Truth Power. I support that all day. Psychic Warrior been around this community a while. One of my moderators as well. Thank you everyone for the super chat donations who donated today and even thank the ones who thought about donating but couldn't donate. And I also thank the ones who wanted to donate but they just didn't have the money. I thank y'all too. Don't worry about it because the people gonna support me, all right? And once I found out that the people was gonna be behind me, I said I'm willing to give my life for the people. All right. So I'm here to be a martyr for this truth. That's all you can be for the truth. You ain't going to be no damn celebrity. That's for sure. So you ain't going to be no celebrity doing what I'm doing. The next best thing is to just be a martyr. And that's honorable, you know. So I'm going to let y'all go, and I'll see y'all in an hour. Remember that the Secrets of New York series will no longer be called The Secrets of New York. They're going to be called From Her Story to His Story. And this thumbnail with all of these deceivers on it, I'm going to change it because I don't want to give them that much power and publicity. All right? It's bigger than them. It's bigger than those little minions you see in this collage. So I'm going to change the collage and the artwork, and it's going to be called From Her Story to His Story, and that's going to be a different episode every time. The first episode going to be the introduction, and after that you're going to have a bunch of episodes. Her Story to His Story. Episode 2 is going to be from pre-dynastic time, the Big Bang, and we're going to start there and work our way all the way up to today's secret societies. I'm going to be giving you a timeline and history of the Boule, the Skull and Bones, what we call Masons, basically a history of the occult elite rulers, starting with Narmer and working our way all the way back up today to your current rulers. That's going to be something like never before. Many people would sell something like that to y'all. They'll charge you $29.99 for a DVD like that. I'm giving it to you for free. And it's going to be uploaded here on Bro Sanchez TV. It won't be live streamed. It's going to be uploaded. Good full presentations that's going to blow you away. Going to be some of my best work. So Her Story to His Story, be on the lookout for it. And if you haven't saw my Her Story to His Story video that I did last year, explore this channel, go through my videos and catch up on a lot of my teachings. You know, re-upload these videos on new channels and put them back out there, because some of them videos I did when I didn't have a lot of subscribers was deeper than the ones that I'm doing now, y'all. But don't nobody know about them because I got so many videos. So to the person that create a YouTube channel and start resharing my stuff, you're going to find out that it not only benefits me, but you're going to be having a lot of subscribers and a lot of income coming based on that. So thank y'all for that. Let me also say that to the people who donated to my GoFundMe, to my website, I love you all. We're reaching the end of the funding, and I will have my website no later than February 2018, and it's going to be a website like no other. So thank you everyone who donated to my GoFundMe. That website is going to be the best website, and I'm taking my time, and it is coming. Also, thank you everyone who are Patreons, and thank you everyone who support me with PayPal. Thank you all my subscribers. I love y'all. I'll be back in an hour. Make sure you share this. Peace and much love. See you in an hour.